That's yummy, mate. Yummy, yummy, yummy. A little bit of junk in the trunk, mate. Just a little bit of junk, okay? You don't need a lot of junk, just a little bit of junk. You know, makes a man happy. We don't mind a little bit of junk, mate. We don't like it all just flat, mate. We like a little bit of tush. That's what the boys like. I don't know, starting to look at women again. Can't believe it. I don't want to get back in the game. I just, you know, I'm just a normal man. You know, every man looks. But you're not allowed to look. You're only allowed to quickly glance. Okay? If you look, you could be in trouble. Let me have a rest, mate. She's pretty hot today. Blue skies everywhere. Haven't been on YouTube a whole lot, viewer. I've been a little bit on TikTok. That's about it. Just a little bit. So I've been trying to stay on the path, mate. Trying to sort out my life. Trying to improve it. You know? There's a lot to get over, man. There's a lot to get over when it comes to YouTube. YouTube has cost me a lot, mate. And I've gained very little. But it's cost me a lot. My channel. You know. All the apologies or whatever, all, you know, they're just words, bro. I don't see my daughter. The final cost of my YouTube channel. You know. We lost custody of Echo. And that's what it represents to me. When I look at it. When I come on here. It's like a reminder. You know. Yeah, we went through a lot. Yeah, we did a lot. You know, on YouTube. And you guys helped me. My channel helped me. But at the same time, it came at a great cost. You know, it came at a great cost. It wouldn't have changed anything. Don't get me wrong. I don't blame my YouTube channel. I don't blame, you know what I mean? It's just part of the overall. I don't blame the channel though. I believe it would have ended up the same way anyway. It wouldn't have mattered. I mean, the person's not going to change because you didn't go on YouTube and you were quiet. Okay? That's got nothing. It's just me. Just me personally. So I've just been trying to, like, keep my life together. You know, keep a roof over my head, pay the bills, that kind of thing. I've got to try and get a job. I've got to try and get some transport. And one thing I've learned from here is that you guys don't, you know, I'm on my own, man. I'm on my own. When it comes down to it, I'm on my own. So I've got to do it on my own, bro. And if I go sharing it all, sharing my life, whatever on here, there's no value to it. They're just looking for a way to, you know, interfere in my life. You know, you become too big or whatever. My channel doesn't grow, remains the same. Check it out, man. The numbers don't lie. You know, channels around me that have been a quarter of the amount of time have a lot more subscribers, bro. You know, they've even got a little plaque on the wall, bro, you know, from YouTube. We don't have shit, dude. I ain't got nothing from fucking, you know, to represent the channel kind of thing. So I don't, you know, that's why I haven't really been on a whole lot. I don't really think about it. I'm just trying to get my shit together, man, so I don't fall apart. You know, that's all. I'm happy if I just wake up in the fucking morning, mate, and I've got a roof over my head. So I'm at that point. Gone for heaps of jobs, tried to get this job, that job, whatever. None of that shit works out. The older I get, the harder it's going to get a job. We both know that. They could hire someone half my age to do the job. And, you know, they might think, oh, is he going to break down? Is something going to happen? We're going to be responsible. All of that kind of thing. Because it's that age group. So I don't think I got much of a chance, bro. To be honest, between me and you. And where I live, mate, this beautiful seaford place, right by the ocean. It's a little bit far, mate, unless you've got a car. I mean, look how much I've got to go for a hike just to get a packet of smokes. I've got to go on a fucking hike, mate. Okay? Whereas if you had transport, it'd be a lot friggin' easier. One of the jobs I applied for, it's 25 minutes down the road on the maps, Google Map. But if you push the bus, I got to go into fucking Dandenong, catch a bus from Dandenong all the way back out again to here, and then I've got to walk. Like, it doesn't even take me to the street. It just drops me off down the road, and I've got to walk around the corner, and that's 60 minutes. 60 minutes bus time. Yeah, for something that's just around the corner. I'm okay, but mentally, I don't have a choice, man. I'm at that hurdle, you know, where I have no choice but to accept it, and, you know, it's fuck, man. I think it took me 5 years with Kyra and Mia. It took me 5 years, you know, to not think about it every day. You know, wondering what they're doing, how are they, what they're up to. And the same thing applies to Echo. You know, what is she doing? Where is she? How is she? You know, just the normal questions a father would ask. And yeah, I don't know shit. I don't even have a picture. I don't even have a picture of Echo, man. Okay, and it bugs the shit out of me, Joe. It really does. It bugs me. Because I know I'm a good dad, and I know I'm a good husband, and I know I fell apart, but that's because I wasn't the one doing the planning. I wasn't the one doing the executing of the plan. So I was, you know, of course I was upset. Why wouldn't I be upset? You know, you're supposed to love your partner, right? They're supposed to love you, right? Well, that's why you're upset, mate, because you love your fucking partner, and they're treating you like shit, and they're talking down about, you know, just the whole thing was just negative. Like the whole experience was negative. It's a hurdle, man. I gotta get over the hurdle, bro. So I'm doing my best. That's all I can say, man. I'm doing my best. I don't ask you for nothing. Fuck, man. I don't even ask you to like my fucking thing anymore. You can all get fucked. I'm so fucking sick of it. You gotta like beg somebody to fucking leave a like on a fucking video. Go fuck yourself. You don't like my stream? Go fuck yourself. You don't like me? Go fuck yourself. Okay? Just fuck right off. Okay? The same thing applies on your fucking ticky. As soon as you lob into my room, I'm gonna fucking ban you. As soon as you open your fucking mouth, I'm gonna ban you. Okay? So that's how I am, man. I don't know, you know, I can't do it all on my own, but I'm expected to. Well, I'm expected to. So that's how I am. I'll come on here when I feel like it. I'm not going to come on here as, you know, as my job, or, you know, going over the news like Asmongold or whatever shit like that. What the fuck for? You cunts wouldn't even fucking leave a like on the video anyway. It doesn't matter. What the fuck for? What the hell for? But I am thankful in a way. It's given me a way of expressing myself, you know, when I needed to. But it all got used against me. You know, the whole thing got used against me when it comes down to it. My own fault, viewer. You know, I blame my channel as a whole. I don't blame any individual. And I blame myself. You know, like fuck. But I don't think there was anything I could do, mate, to have changed the outcome. They were still going to sign her over. They were still going to do what they wanted to do. They had the paperwork pre-done, pre-written up, like months before the final hearing. My lawyer handed it to me, an agreement, said that, if you don't agree to this, then we're going to cut your funding. And that was, agreeing to sign her over. No contact, no this, no that, not allowed near this, not allowed. Like, fuck, they're treating me like a fucking criminal, and I've done 4 years in family law court. And then they're talking to me like I'm a criminal that walked in yesterday. I swear to God, they're talking to me like this case began yesterday. And I haven't done any of these courses. I haven't completed anything. I haven't got any visit reports, to prove what my daughter has said. They're all just fucking dismissed. So it wouldn't have mattered what I'd done. I had no fucking lawyer 3 days before the court case. My lawyer jumped to the other side and is now advising her. I swear to God, my own lawyer. There's no conflict of interest in Australia. They're allowed to just jump sides if they want to. So because I didn't agree on the paperwork, I've lost my funding. That lawyer then took that paperwork to the other side, and that's the paperwork being presented into the court on the day. And it's full nothing. Absolutely no contact at all. So, again, my daughter grows up without her father. What the fuck is wrong with me, viewer? Why in the fuck am I able to have kids and the women, one of them has an affair, takes the children, they're living with me, takes the children, and I've got to produce them at family court, and then that's the last time I see my children. They were living with me. They were living with their dad. And then this one just ignores the fucking court order, absolutely ignores the court, and it all gets put back on me, and then they sign the kid over to her, and again, I don't get to be a father. Like, what the hell, viewer? Do you think I like that? You think that's not a pill I don't have to fucking swallow every day? Like, I don't get to be in my children's lives. I get to produce them, but I don't get to have any kind of anything in their lives. That is just fucking cruel. That is 2 out of 2, mate. 2 out of 2. And I think back and I think, well, okay, did I like lay into the person? Did I, extremely, no, man, far out. I reacted just like any other normal human, would have done. Okay? My yelling video, the one that she's laying in the bed. Dude, I didn't move over the fucking doorway. Okay? The person just got done telling me that they want me to move out in a car. How would you have reacted? They're telling you that you're never going to see your daughter again. Get your shit, get your clothing, get your pillow and go and sleep in your car. How would you have reacted? Of course, I thought I did pretty good. I told the cop that. I said, but notice, sir, I don't move over the doorway. I'm not aggressive. I'm upset. I'm standing at the doorway, crying, yelling, whatever. It's amazing how, you're throwing it back on me for showing feelings, for showing emotion. We're not allowed to show emotion. Only a woman screaming and yelling and kicking a door means anything, right? If a man does it, it's aggressive. That's what they tried to hit me with. And I said, show me where I'm aggressive. Show me where I moved over the doorway. Okay, not even an inch over the doorway, sir. I'm on the outside of the doorway, yelling, screaming, upset, rah, yeah, fine. I'm a human. I'm human, okay? I'm not somebody that's been sitting in a bed for the last 3 months, 4 months, planning everything. Planning it, okay? So they're expecting whatever fucking reaction you're going to come up with. They're expecting it. They're hoping it. So we don't get to see Echo. At the end of the day, we don't get to see Echo. Not anything. No phone call. We never had anything before. We had court orders, remember that? We had court orders, man. Video calls, voice calls. We had all of the... It's supposed to go to a contact centre. All that kind of stuff. Everything gets ignored. Everything. Not a single thing is obeyed, except the contact centres, because she thought that the contact centres would write a bad report. You know what I mean? Like they would write against me. You know, she's waiting for me to react to something, because when I go there, Grandma's in the back seat and she's got hold of Echo's hand and she's like basically telling Echo, if you leave the car, you won't be allowed to come back. He's going to keep you. He's going to keep you and you won't be able to come back to sue me and Mum. So she's shit scared to get out of the car. You know, she's petrified, mate, to get out of the car. She's been ghosted up, bro, you understand? So that's how that went. My little kid doesn't get to see her dad ever, bro. Far out. So I'm trying to get over it and move on, man. You know, go out for a walk. As long as I can keep the roof over my head, mate, I'm happy. You know? I'm kind of like a happy bloke. And the rest of it, mate, they can all get fucked. The whole fucking lot of them. I'm sick of the country, mate. They've sold us out. They're a bunch of fucking traitors, mate. Traitors, bro. Traitors, I call them. You know, we've gone on from just, you know, corrupt politician, corrupt this and corrupt that, to traitor. You know, just traitors. All of them are. All of them traitors, bro. Nice day out, eh, man? I can't do this on TikTok. You know, walk along with showing the camera. They file dangerous activities straight away. And if you're down to the beach or whatever like this, they file nudity straight away. 1 minute. Let's go and do something. Gotta get a packet of smokes for the old man. How you doing, boys? Been a while, okay? Been a while. I've been on the journey, mate. Yeah, been on the journey, mate. I don't know how to share it because I'm not on here anymore. I've got to like be a bit strong, mate. One thing I've worked out, man, the more popular you become, or the more, you know, more known you become, the more angrier people get, the more dirty on it they get. So I try to go in between the, you know, well-known and unknown, you know, that kind of level, so that I don't have any problems when I'm going out. I don't want any phone calls. I don't want any knocks on the door. But then I think to myself, well, I don't live with women and children anymore. So I probably won't get any phone calls, you know, because, hey, there's no women and children here to fucking scare, you know. It certainly didn't help, boys. It didn't help, channel, okay? That did not help the situation. Considering that I'm out in the garage. That's nice, eh, boys? Fucking joke, man. Look at the prices, bro. They would have got it for free. 65 bucks. But that's a nice old brass light, dude. That's a nice old brass light. It's not worth no 65 fucking dollars, mate. But if you're rich, I suppose. But that's nice. Nice antique-ish. Nice antique-ish. Just got put in the window. Just got put in the window. Da, 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 da. How you doing, Mr. United States? Thanks for saying hello from the United States. This is the beach, mate. Seaford Beach. This is beautiful, mate. It's pretty quiet during the week when it's off season. It's like, you know, it's really nice. During the summer, it's packed. You get everything down here when it's packed, mate. It's insane what you get down here, mate. Okay? Let me tell you, bro. Fucking crazy down here. But if it's anything on the beach, mate, I've got to put the camera on me. I can't show you any people or whatever because they file their reports and complain and try and have my channel taken down. The same thing on TikTok, bro. Same thing. TikTok has been fun. It's been a new experience, you could call it. I've just got to tone it down over there a lot. You know, like I'm talking now. But other than that, I enjoy it. And I have more followers on TikTok in such this short amount of time, mate, compared to the YouTube, mate. I deleted a whole bunch of people, man. I went through the thing and followers and anything with 00, I deleted and yeah, I'm glad I did, but there was a shitload of them. Like an absolute ton of them, mate. You got no idea. So, that's nice, eh, boys? I like that. I just thought I'd come and share a little bit of time with my channel. So they're expecting you at this time, mate, to just go away heartbroken and basically go away. Okay, that's the whole thing here, is to go away and be quiet, not talk about it, not mention anything. And the whole thing is I'm disgusted in the whole system. I'm totally, utterly disgusted in it. And I don't think I'm the only one. I don't think it's not like I'm special. I think that these family courts, the Judge Howes, the fucking Tracy Walters, you know, lawyer, and now is a children's lawyer. Yeah, she's not there to make sure a family unit is together at all. They are there to destroy it and to absolutely wipe it out. And those particular people, you have no chance as a father unless you're an absolute priest with a monk's outfit on. They will find something in the armour, something to complain, you know, and then that's it. I believe a lot of men lose their custody rights in Judge Howe's courtroom. Okay, I really, really do. I don't believe they go in there with a really good chance of seeing their daughter. Judge Howe will look at you at the start of your case and go and said to me in my face, you know, I know your daughter loves you and I know you love your daughter, but I need you to do these things to prove to the court how much you love your daughter. Okay? So that's how we started out the case. And that put me on my journey, yeah? And at the end of the day, mate, they don't give a fuck about you or your daughter or your fucking family. They signed my daughter over without any, and you know what really has cut me, and it's taken me a while, is that in the final hearing part, like they thanked each other. The judge and Tracy Walters, the children's lawyer, thanked each other for your help in this matter. Thank you very much. You know, and the meetings that we've had and discussions we've had. Thank you very much. So basically, you two met behind the doors, you had a discussion, there was no representation from the father or from my point of view at all, and you two came to the decision that I should never see my child again. And you two did it, okay? You two went into the back room and you two came up with this, and you've agreed with it, okay? And the reason you agree with it is because what else are you going to do? You have no choice in the matter. Okay, Mrs. Howe and Mrs. Lee, and the reason is because she's not going to agree to anything. Nothing. She is not going to obey a single thing you write down on the paper. The person has proven that in the last 4 years. So they looked at me and they said, you know, there's nothing we can do, Mr. Barker. You know, we can't force her to obey the court order. How do you expect us to force her? And, you know, you can only have 6 visits at the contact centre. You know, that's all you can have. You can't have any more than that. And we can't force her to do it. We can't force her to take the child there and obey the court order. So you really don't have any choice, Mr. Barker. You know, that's just how it is. You don't have any choice. You know, what are you expecting the courts to do, mate? Nice, eh, bro? Blue skies. There's a far off shot of it, bro. Ooh, boys. Insane. All right, look at that. Seaford Beach, my friends. Seaford Beach. All right. Nice low tide, mate. Nice low tide today. Nice low tide. Anyway, I'm old. 10 years ago, perfect. Perfect, boys. That's exactly what you want to be saying hello to, okay? That's exactly what you want to say hello to, my friends. Beautiful. Stunning. Just an absolute stunner. Anyway, I'll go the other way, bros. My time is up. That's what's, you know, another thing that's cut me. You know, I've lost my time, man. I've lost, you know, 8 years of my life. You know, 8 years of my fucking life, man. You know, in a total waste. You know, the only thing of value was Echo. That's it. The only thing of value was Echo. That was the only reason we stayed. That was the only reason that we hung on. It was the only reason that I went and slept in a garage so that I didn't have to leave her. Didn't have to go anywhere. You know? That's what we're willing to do as fathers. You know, as dads. And I can't get those memories out, man. I refuse to let them go or just forget about them or whatever you want to call them. They're my memories. I'm happy. I'm proud and happy that I'm a dad and that I did those things for my daughter. I've done nothing illegal. I don't have any charges of orders of any kind. I don't have nothing at all. And this person wanted me stitched up, bro. Even when they've got full custody of her, they still wanted me on court orders. You know, he's not allowed to do this, he's not allowed to do that. You know, he can't talk about me, and, you know, I want an order placed on him, and if he comes anywhere near me, I want him to be able to be arrested, rah. Like, this is normal laws, love. I don't know what fucking country you're from, but if anybody did those things, they would get in trouble. Not just me, I wouldn't be fucking special, I can tell you that. And we've never done anything like that at all. You know, I've just been reaccused of a whole bunch of shit that's just, you know, you think this was like fucking 4 years ago. They just restarted it, revamped it all, you know, and they just go back to the TikTok videos. These people went through my fucking channel, bro, and they don't like this and they don't like that. You know, what is MGTOW? You know, what is MGTOW? I don't know what MGTOW is. Men going their own way. Well, they don't like that. Men going their own way, they don't like that at all in court. How dare you? That's highly offensive. You know, what does that mean, Mr. Barker? Well, you know, when they break up and get divorced and you don't see your children no more, you've got to go your own way. That's what it's about, you know, to me anyway. But I had to sit there in the court and explain it. You know, they were trying to look for any chink in the armour that they could find. And at the end of the day, they look at you and go, well, we can't force her to obey the court order, Mr. Barker. You've just had 2-3 hours of them telling you how much of a cunt you are, right? And then 10 minutes after that, they'll say to you, well, what do you expect us to do, Mr. Barker? We can't force her to obey the court order. You know, if she doesn't want to obey it, well, I said, well, why don't you force her, penalise her for not obeying it? You know, if I do anything wrong, you come down on me, full weight of the law, okay? And you've just got done telling her in court that she gets a free pass. She can do whatever she likes. She doesn't have to worry about anything. I said, what, penalise her? You know, like, you know, oh, we can't do that, Mr. Barker, rah, you know, can't do that, it's a single, you know, can't do that. So basically you get a free pass. You get a free pass. You know, you don't have to obey the court orders. You don't have to do anything that's on the paper. Yeah. I wasn't looking for custody, final hearing. I wasn't looking for that. I didn't realise that's what it was, rah. I was just looking to try and get some kind of my order, you know, get my order obeyed, enforced, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, bro. You know, it doesn't work that way. So we lost Echo. We lost Echo. No, you know, can't see my Echo. Can't talk to her. Don't have no contact. You know, it's been a bitter pill. You know, a bitter pill this long con, mate. This whole journey. This whole thing was just a bad fucking memory. And, you know, if they think they've got a bad memory, it's this, that and the other, like, I really hope that karma, you know, you fall in love with somebody and they treat you half the fucking way you treated somebody. I hope they really do. I hope they marry you and you fall in love and you fucking everything else and they treat you just half what you treated your husband. Okay? So I don't even know if my kid's in Australia. I don't know if she goes to school here, if she lives here. We don't know shit. We don't know shit. Yeah. So it's kind of like a little bit heartbreaking. Things are positive on other sides though, viewer. I'm not totally down or anything. I'm not upset about anything or anything like that, okay? I'm just explaining, you know, the last few months, what it's been like. At least I'm not on the internet crying or some shit like that, you know what I mean? I don't have any DRUGSs, I don't drink, I don't have any, you know, pharmaceuticals or anything like that. I'm just trying to coast through, mate. I got my cigarettes, okay? I got my double happy, okay? I got a packet. That's about, you know. So I'm trying to do it all proper. I like where I live, but unfortunately it's too far from anywhere really for job-wise, unless you've got transport of some kind. You really do need transport. There's nothing that where I live. It's a lovely, lovely place, and I'm very, very happy to be here, but you need transport for a job. But we do apply. It's part of the job agency thing. We both know that. You've got to apply for this, you've got to apply for that. I've got to go to all the meetings, all that kind of thing to keep them all sweet. So I do all of that. And meanwhile, my whole country just falls fucking apart. It falls apart. I'm sick of these protests, and I think they served a purpose because they're no longer protesting. Where are they protesting? Where are you fucking Palestinian people, fucking whatever the fuck you're called? I don't hear about your protests anymore. You know, you're not on TV every day. You're not riling the public up. You haven't got all these stupid Lebanese Muslims fucking in the crowd. You know, where are you now, right? Have you noticed they've disappeared? Have you noticed that, viewer? You know, we had a whole big rah, 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 right? Get all the public reaction, and then all the new laws came in, and now there's no protest. That's all disappeared. That's pretty convenient, hey? That's pretty convenient. You know, and I love how they have the Palestinian Action Group, right? Have a look at the redhead, mate. Have a look at the fucking bloke talking for it, mate. It's a ganger. We've got a ranger talking for the Palestinian Action Group. Okay, because they've got to stick one of us out the front. They've got to stick one person that looks like fucking us. And instead they find some cunt that looks like an Irishman. You've just got him off the boat. He's got his little fucking leprechaun fucking hat on. Every time I see the bloke, that's all I think of is, you're a fucking leprechaun, mate. I'm gonna make 3 wishes and you're gonna tap your fucking toes for me, right? All this has been bullshit. This whole thing has been absolute fucking bullshit. It's been a big setup, man, a big psyop. And you can fucking put Ishmael right in the middle of it, bro. You can put Ishmael right in the middle of the funding, right in the middle of bringing these people over. It disgusts me. It absolutely disgusts me that our fucking government thinks that we are this stupid, or most people are that stupid, aren't they? But I see right through you. I see right through your fucking game. I see right through your storyline that you've sold. And yeah, you're all traitors. Every single government minister is a fucking traitor. They need to be treated as traitors, put on fucking trial, bro. And if you want proof of it, anybody that signed on for the hate speech bill, anybody that signed our rights over, that is a traitor. That is what you call a traitor, because they've just signed our rights away. Okay? You know, in the past, there are soldiers that died for those rights. Those soldiers died on the beach. They got they lied to get on the boat to go to war for you. That is why we celebrate them once a year at the diggers. Okay? And now you fucking politicians have signed everything away that they died for. We are no longer allowed to have, we don't have no free speech. We have regulated speech. And you've got to regulated by the government, you're regulated by Ishmael, and you're regulated by your own self. Because you can't even open your mouth. I've been a bit shit scared, bro. It only takes the wrong sentence, 2 or 3 words, and you're going to jail. You are going to jail. It's as simple as that. Like you will go to jail. Don't you understand that? And if you want proof of it, we've already got a young man, he's 22 or 23, and he said the wrong thing on a stage. I agree with you. I don't agree with what he said, but I don't have to agree with what you've said. That's the brilliance of living in Australia. The brilliance of my soldiers dying for the fucking rights to stand on a stage and talk your shit. Act like an idiot. Talk like a fucking monkey. Start guerrillaing out. I don't care, right? You're allowed to do it, right? Because then I can get up behind you and disagree with you. I don't have to agree to you, right? Because we all have those free speech rights. And we no longer have that anymore. Okay? If that kid had said those words a month earlier, not a problem. But because he said it now, and because now you've got the new anti-Semitism laws, well, that kid's in jail for a year. He's doing 1 year's jail, mate. Okay? For a sentence that took 10, 15 seconds on a stage. He is now doing 12 months jail. So the little hat is very happy to make an example out of you. They are very, very happy to put any charges they can on you, and then they can point the finger and go, see, I told you, it's just riddled with anti-Semitism everywhere. There's just so many people, all of these comments, all of these nasty posters, all of these nasty slogans. So they went and banned slogans and banners. We have a slogan and banner bill here in Australia now. So have a think about it. The protests start, yelling, yelling, yelling. That's the problem, right? The reaction, the public, comes in, the reaction, and then the solution, the government comes in as the superhero and applies a whole range of new laws that have already been written up. The hate speech bill is 147 pages. That shit takes planning. That shit takes time to get it together. But not these fucking traitors, these corrupt mongrel fucking traitors that we've got in office. They're ready to go, bro. They are ready to go. Sign that shit up, And then they complained about the signs and the slogan, the river to the thing, right? I'm not even allowed to say it, mate, from the risk of going to jail. Okay, because the little hat is not happy about that. So he's going to put you into jail if you even open it in your mouth now. So we are a prison nation without any doubt. If it leaves you any doubt at the moment, you are absolutely a fucking slave on the land, and you are only allowed to talk about what they want you to talk about, your post, your comment. Even if you like somebody else's comment and they don't like the comment, they will come and knock on your door. Why did you like the comment? What do you think about it? You know what I mean? If that person is part of an organisation, they can ban the organisation retrospectively. Then they can go back through the membership and see what you've all been thinking and doing, because we're talking about the little hat. And the little hat doesn't like that. Okay? They're very, very scared. They need a huge buffer zone around them, okay? But don't look at what they're doing, because they are the chosen one. And the chosen one is the only victim. There is only one victim, and it is me. I am the victim. Okay? At all times. There is only one ever victim. And they are the only victim. There is only one victim, and they are the only victim. And meanwhile, they commit absolute, you can't even use the G word anymore. You can't use the G word with them in the same sentence because the little hat has got it all algorithmed, and you will have a knock on the door. But we all know exactly what that word is, and that's exactly what they're doing. There is no excuses. That is exactly what's going on. And now they can further their campaign. They can further their campaign. Okay, all in silence, all covered. No one knows anything. They're the only victim, of course. Meanwhile, they knock off, 100, 200 people, 60 people a day. It's a ceasefire, of course, ceasefire, but they just do the slow KILL. 50 here, 40 there, 60 here, 200 there. It all adds up at the end of the week, you got to admit. And that's what they sit back and have a good smile about. They love that shit, okay? Over here, these people are vile. They are fucking vile. Okay? They will look you in the face and say how everything is everything. Everything is cool. Everything is great. You should support them. You should support them. Rah, rah. And they're just corrupt. Every single one of our politicians are dual citizens. Every single one, look it up. They are dual citizens with Ishmael. Our own politicians, viewer, even the Prime Minister, dual citizenship. So their loyalty, allegiance, whatever you want to call it, is not to you. It is not to your family. It is not to this country. They don't give a fuck about this country. They care about, being in the cliché, mate, with these people. And they have no choice. They have too much power, too much money. They're in positions of power, and they lobby and lobby and lobby and just pay money. They pay money. And we are not expensive in Australia. It may seem expensive to you. But 120 grand, 150 grand for a politician is fucking cheap. Cheap, bro. We're like on fucking sale, man. Come to Australia, get a politician, it's on fire sale, compared to the rest of the world. And all they do is lobby both sides. Both of them are dual citizens, everybody's a dual citizen, and they just lobby both sides to get everybody sweet, and they get what they want. It's as simple as that. You'll have no control over anything. Hanson, they all counting on Hanson. Mate, she's as bought and paid for as the rest of them. It'll make you feel fucking sick, mate, after you make her Prime Minister and you realise, all the fucking connections that she's got to get to where she is now. She's funded. She is funded 100%. She has got money behind the doors. I can promise you that. I'll lay you 10 fucking quid on it. Her funding comes through Reinhardt. It doesn't come through the front door. The lobby group. No. There's no recording of it because Hanson is the controlled opposition. She's the one that, all people like me and you go to and complain and she's going to do this and she's going to do that. But in reality, she's going to follow the fucking game. Okay? All she cares about is the paper. Paper and power. That's it. So she's getting a lot of funding through Reinhardt right now. And she's getting her orders direct from Ishmael. She goes to holiday. She goes and kisses the wall. She wears the hat. She does the whole fucking thing. And then you'll find, that on Google. You've just got to search it up. Are all monitored. Gone. Videos are removed if it mentions Ishmael, and the G word. Yeah, you'll be lucky if you have your channel left. They will take down your entire fucking channel, okay? They have to protect themselves now. They have to put the cushions around everything and pretend like, no, they're the only victim. It's only us that are the victim. We are the only victim. So that narrative will now, you know what I mean? That's the narrative you'll get. I'm a little bit pissed off with these boys on TikTok, and I honestly can't wait to go on there later. Oh, I can't wait for the future. I really can't, when you're all off your little Ramadan fucking shit. Okay, when you're finished with all of that and you've got to get back online to get your fucking pennies, you've got to get your grifting going on, you've got to get your gifts out, so you'll all be live streaming again. And because these are Lebanese Muslims, right? Just follow me here. These are Lebanese Muslims, right? And they're all on here talking about Palestine and this, that, and the other. And how we need to support them and that, and the other, right? Mate, Lebanon's being invaded. Okay? Ishmael has moved on from Gaza, you can't even say the word now, to Lebanon. They are invading. Check it out. They're bombing the shit out of everything. They're taking entire swaths of land over. They are annexing it off, fencing Lebanon off, claiming the land, destroying the fucking farmland. They're destroying the joint. Okay? and they're taking it over. So they partition a bit off of it, put a settlement on there, a couple of buildings, and then they claim the land. So they're going to go after half of Lebanon, I believe. They'll probably go after the rest. What's to stop them? So I'm just wondering, when all of you heroes on TikTok, that you're all Lebanese, right? All of you are Lebanese fucking Muslims, and you're all carrying on how you're the hero and this, that, and the other, and about this, the war, right? Get over there. What are you doing here? Your own country are under fire. Okay, they are invading your country. You know, when you come onto my live, I ask you, are you Australian? And you'll say to me, no, I'm Lebanese Australian. And I'll say, well, what are you doing here? Your country's being invaded at the moment. Your own people, your farmland is being destroyed. They're poisoning the land there. They're doing flyovers with helicopters and aeroplanes because, Ishmael, it feels very unsafe. They're very, very unsafe, and they need a buffer zone of at least 1 kilometre from where they are. So they go in, they wipe the fucking joint out, bro, unless they want to farm it, right? Then they don't poison it. So they get that swath of land, and then whatever's beyond that point, they want a buffer zone, so they poison the fuck out of everything around it, so nothing grows, nothing lives in that area. Towers, towers, towers everywhere all the way along to protect their land. Their land. It's their land now. Okay? It's not your land, it's theirs. So I'm wondering, when all of you big, brave Muslim, Lebanese boys are going over there to protect your land. Is that going to happen? Are you going to get in your airplane and fly over there to be a hero? Or are you just all talky talk on the streets of Australia? Now, in regards to that, I don't care about people protesting. I never have, never will. I don't give a fuck. All right? Good luck to you. Because this is Australia. And soldiers died to give you that right, for you to do that. They actually died. Okay? We had young men that lied to get on the boat, mate, to go over to war. They lied, and they died. The only mistake you made is you burnt my flag. You burned my flag. You had the audacity to burn the Australian flag. Okay? And that, for me, makes you an enemy. It makes you a traitor. All right? A traitor to the country, a traitor to the soldiers, just a traitor to the people. That you burned their flag. You burned the Australian flag. You don't burn your own stinking fucking green flag. You burn ours. And you do it on and the TV catches you. And it goes all over Australia, all over the fucking world, mate. That shit gets filmed. Enjoy your day, boss. You too, mate, you too. Yeah, lovely fucking Australia never says hello to anybody anymore. And after that, I basically hate you. After that, I hate you. I don't fucking like any of you. Alright? I hate every fucking one of you. I really do. So I don't support you at all. You can stick your fucking protest in your ass. Stick your flags in your ass. Okay? There was so much fucking complaining, mate. The government had to come out and make a statement that they're allowed to burn the flag. We have those rights in Australia. They are allowed to burn the flag. So they needed protection, mate. They needed the government to come out and make a statement. Okay? So anybody that stands by them after that point, mate, is a fucking traitor. They're a traitor to their own country, a traitor to Australia, a traitor to the soldiers. And fuck them. I was outside, I couldn't talk. But fuck them. They don't deserve nothing here. Nothing at all. Get on a fucking plane. The whole lot of you need a visa. If you're on a fucking student visa, I hope they fucking photograph you, you little fucking rat, because you'd be on the first plane out of here deported, mate. You would be deported in my book. Out of here, gone. 10-year exclusion at least. And then I'd look at your family. I'd look at the people around you. I'd see what fucking visas they're on. And the rest of you, mate, they're out here voting, they're out here protesting. If you're a citizen, I couldn't touch you, but the rest of you I will. I'll make sure that your ass will be on the first plane out of here. All right, you wouldn't be here. You'd be fucking gone. Okay, so thank yourself lucky there's not someone like me that's not going to keel over because you burned my flag on the Australia. You burned my flag on Australian soil. How fucking dare you? I don't know you. I don't know your fucking people, a fucking thing. And you can all just F right off back on the first plane out of here. Okay? That's how I feel. So, you know, they're very confrontational on TikTok. They come on to my thing with an attitude, you know, and I'm sick of you. I'm sick of you. You know, I don't like any of you. I don't like any of you. I don't like your ideology. I don't like your fucking shit. I don't like you. Okay? So if you think you're going to get anything from me on a live stream on Tiki, you're going to get nothing. And your Darla doesn't work with me. Your stupid fucking Darla doesn't work with me. They need to bring brain cells. You know, I told that fucking bloke, mate, go and get your friends. Go and get your friends, mate, come back, because you're going to need to be 3 or 4-handed. And then between the 3 of you, you might have 1 fucking brain, okay? You might be able to get 1 fucking brain cell between the whole lot of you, okay? Because your Darla doesn't fucking work on me. You're going to have to go and find an easier victim, because that's what you've got on there. You know, woken up to him. I'm fucking done. I don't know you shit, okay? And I'm not on here begging for coins, you are. You are a fucking grifting beggar. That's all you are. So, you know, I'll sort you out real quick. You're a Lebanese, eh? You said you were Lebanese Australian? So what are you even doing in the country? Oh, look, mate, you're a big, brave soldier, right? You keep telling me that, how you want to do this and do that. Lebanon's under fire. Lebanon is being destroyed. Farmers are being knocked off. Their land is being stolen. The rest of it's being poisoned. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? You just said you're Lebanese Australian, right? Then get your fucking hairy ass out of here. I didn't hear you saying you were Australian Lebanese. You just said you're Lebanese Australian, right? So what are you fucking doing in Australia? Yeah? Just seems logical to me. Yeah? Save your protesting. Just get a plane ticket. You could be on the front line in a fucking 24 hours. You could be protecting the farmland, mate. Protecting the front line. Yeah? You know what I mean? Yeah, that shit don't work on me, viewer. Other than that, it's been a journey, man. I just haven't thought about coming on YouTube. You know, the vitriol that I have is not good for YouTube. And I don't want my channel to go down. You know, the things that I say. And on here, there's too many videos of echo. I can't risk it. I don't want to risk the channel. There's too many memories on here. And if the channel went down, I wouldn't have those memories. They'd be gone. You know, and I'm hoping that one day Echo sees my channel. And I don't want her to see yelling, screaming, whatever. I want her to see her dad. You know, I can't have it the same way as it was before. And I've got older children. You know, I've got adults now. They're adults. They're married, and then I've got ex-wives watching me, and I've got my entire family watching me. You know, I've told them a few times, it's just all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake. Everything's fake. Don't worry about it. It's all fake. So they don't worry. So they don't think anything of it, mate. They don't think about it. Spidey's given up. You've lost Spidey. He's given up. So is hiding in my room. You know, both of them have deleted their channels, mate. They've deleted their channels. Okay? Which isn't good. It's not good, you know? You'd still like to see them go live, mate, and see their life or whatever, improve their life or whatever, you know what I mean? It's a bit hot today. In reality, mate, it's too friggin', it's too hard. It's too hard, man, to come on and share your life. Okay? And the cost is too much. The cost is too much. on here, there's no real support or for YouTube. There's jack shit, mate. I don't know how the other channels are doing. I don't know how they're doing. But other than that, it's not worth the exposure. It's not worth exposing yourself. It's just not. You know. And that's what you wake up to as a streamer. That it's not worth the exposure. On Tiki, man, you've just got to point it at a wall. You're not really walking around, rah-rah. So it's less exposure. It's less exposure. Plus you got a chance of getting a chocolate milk, mate. you got a chance of getting a chocolate milk. So that's the reason why I haven't been on there a lot. You know, I haven't been here a lot. But I'll come back every now and again and let you know how my life is going and stuff like that. I'm fine. I've got my little place. I'm trying to land a job, a decent job. I've been for a few interviews here, there, and, you know, a few interviews. I knew I had no chance. I applied for a cleaning job at one of the shopping centres, the locals here. Could have got to work really easily. I just thought brilliant. So I go to the interview and they're all Punjabi. Everybody's Punjabi. Everybody. You know, everybody is Punjabi. I'm the only, you know, I'm the only white boy there, bro. So I feel like I'm going to be like the DEI hire. I don't care. At least I can get a job. But I don't speak the lingo. I don't speak the lingo, man. There's entire conversations here that I don't know anything. I don't know what they're talking about. So I didn't get the job, of course. I didn't get the job. You know, they'll hire one of their own, mate. Okay, I'm sorry if you want to call me the R word, but I'm not the one that's doing the hiring. You know, it's amazing how I get called the R word, but they're not hiring anybody that looks like me. But that's not the R word. It's only the R word when you point it out. You point it out and go, hang on, there's nobody in here that looks like me, buddy. And I don't speak Punjabi. So you've got a 90% chance they're looking for somebody that's a Punjabi. Okay? Yeah, you got a really high chance that they're looking for someone like that. So I never got that job. So I've been cutting down my expenses, cutting down what I, you know, just to kind of keep my head above water. Medication helps me. The whole, you know, peaceful surrounding helps me. No negative black hole is around me. And I've done everything I could. There's nothing more I can do. There's no more court cases. There's no more appeal. You can't appeal it. You're going to need a shit ton of money to even go back to court. You'll need a pile, you know. And then, you got no chance anyway. None, man. So it's just that realisation, man, that, you know, I did everything I could, kid. I've done everything I can. I've got all the paperwork to show you that Dad didn't just walk away. Dad didn't give up. But I don't think we'll ever get that chance. I really, really don't. I don't think we'll ever get that chance. This person is very clever, and I don't think they'll even be in the country. I think they would be gone. You know, it's Chinese New Year, so they would have went over for New Year, and they'd probably put her into school over there. You know, they brag that they own now. They brag that it's fully paid. You know, it's fully paid off. You know, let's not be shy here, mate. It hasn't cost that person a single penny. Nothing. She may have had to pay a few mortgage payments because you know, but other than that, it hasn't cost her a penny. Nothing. The parents paid everything off. She didn't pay anything off. The parents paid everything off. So they're very wealthy. They're very, very wealthy. So they'll stay over there. I don't know if they don't need to sell the property or whatever, but they've done very well out of it. They did very well out of it. Whether they want to run me down and I'm this, that and the other or what, you fucking wouldn't have been here without me. You wouldn't have been able to get a property. You wouldn't have been able to have citizenship. You wouldn't have been able to move here. And you want to say that it's not because of me. What are you? Yeah, okay, then it's because of you. Because you're just fucking such a great guy. Okay? You're such a great person. But they'll even take that from you, you know. You were for a purpose. That's all it was. I was for a purpose. You know, I suited the purpose, man. I don't have any hoops, man. I don't have any hoops. I don't have any meetings between me and you. I don't have anything. I don't have to look for a thing, a job, rah rah. It's been put off, you know. I don't have to do any of that. And meetings, they call me that morning and they tell me that it's become a phone appointment. So just call up whenever you're ready. You don't have to come in. It's a phone appointment. Because there's not a whole lot the lady can do, man. She hasn't got any jobs. And whatever job she does, you know, she can just call me and put me forward to it. There's no real reason. It's just part of the computer. It's part of the thing to tick off. But I don't really have anything in the computer that I need to do. There's nothing in there. It's just trying to find a job. Trying to get out of the house every day. Trying not to be fucking broke. You know what I mean? Trying not to struggle every day. I'm okay. I don't complain. I really don't. I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very lucky where I am. You know, I've got my own little place, mate, my own little apartment. You know, I'm incredibly, incredibly lucky. Incredibly lucky. You know, I give thanks all the time for where I live. Give thanks. It's too expensive to put the electricity on nowadays. You can see how I live, mate. Not a single light bulb turned on. That's the entire day, all the way through till fucking I've got the fridge turned on and the television's turned off. So it's just the fridge turned on all day, mate. And the electricity prices are through the fucking roof. I mean, seriously through the roof. And if you think that's expensive, look at my gas bill. My gas bill is just astronomical. And the supply charge is what kills it. They do a supply charge for both sides, electricity and gas, same company, but they get a double whack out of it. And the supply charge is generally, 60% of the price. You've got a small usage charge and you've got a really big supply charge. And that's what I'm losing. I'm losing on that. Like I got a bill yesterday, you know. You know, it comes out automatically. Comes out, you know. I have to have it set up automatically. And they're still not fucking happy. I am going into debt every single thing. Every single bill they send me. The supply charge puts me into debt. Just the supply charge. The supply charge was $120 and the usage was $60. $60 of usage and $120 in supply charge. So the bill was $180. Like, what a fucking joke. Supply charge, $120? So they've been putting me slowly into debt. You know, I've set it up automatic installments, every 2 weeks, $85, and I can't get out of debt. They are fucking, I've got more debt now than I did before I put the installment in. And we haven't missed any payments, but every time they send you a bill, the fucking usage charge is another, so they add another 50 onto the bill. It doesn't take anything off the bill. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke, man. I'm paying $170 a month, and I'm in debt to them, and I don't use anything, you know, nothing. I have a shower once a day. I have one shower, like everybody else does. I cook something to eat once a day if I've got any food to cook, okay? And that's it, man. That's the only gas we use. That's the only gas. Shower and the fucking cooker, and you look at it and it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Like, you're too afraid to turn the oven on. God forbid you bake a fucking roast or chicken or whatever. So they've got us to the wall, man. They have got everybody to the wall. Everybody to the maximum slave fucking maximum that they can. They've got us all worried and worried and worried on where our next electricity bill is coming from. You know what I mean? You know, how are we going to pay for tomorrow's fucking dinner? You know, that's all of us. That's the fucking slave mentality these politicians have put us in. We are screwed. You know, these people are on 400 grand a year. They're on 300 grand a year. They don't have the same life as you. They don't have an electrical bill, phone bill. They don't have a bill. They don't have any bills. The bills are paid for them. We pay for it. We pay for their food. We pay for their lodging. We pay for it. Try asking them a question. Try asking any of them a question. You know, they're very, very busy and you're not authorised media. You know, just pay your taxes, please, and keep quiet. Don't say anything. I've got my food allowance I need paid, so you need to put some overtime in. You know, these people are on fuck. They get a food allowance. These fucks, dude. So I haven't been on the computer. No, I don't watch Fuentes. No, I don't watch Fuentes. How you doing, my Jed? I hope you're well, man. Thank you for your greeting. It's a beautiful day in the neighbourhood, a beautiful day to be a neighbour. Won't you be mine, won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbour? I hope you're happy, healthy and well. You too, Jason. I hope you are well too, mate. Cracking away in life, you know? I really do. I hope things kicking, you know? I do wonder if you guys ever get married and or get girlfriends or whatever, have kids. I suppose if you did, then you wouldn't be in here, would you? You know what I mean? You'd have something to do with your time, yeah? But you don't. You don't, boys. And you don't complain in this world, mate. I know that. You don't complain. Well, that's good. I'm glad one of us is fucking cracking away, mate. I really am. I'm getting a bit fucking desperate at the moment. Like I'm applying for anything, mate. Anything I can. You know, I went for one job interview, you know, on the Google Maps. It's 20 minutes away. I thought, oh, fucking brilliant, mate. So, you know, make an interview for the interview, booking, whatever. And then I get on the Google thing, and because I haven't got to look up the buses, and I've got to go all the way into Dandenong to catch a bus out. There's no bus that goes past there, man, from where I am. I've got to go into Dandenong and catch a bus out. So you're looking at over an hour. Fuck. Over an hour public transport. Because I've got to get a bus from here to Dandenong. Hit Dandenong station. And then catch a different bus from Dandenong station to on that road that takes you past the interview. So it's an hour's trip. It's an hour's trip, man, on the bus. Hour's trip. I just couldn't believe it. You know, it's 20 minutes by car from where I live. And I know me, mate. I know me. I'm going to end up letting them down. Like, I'm going to be okay for the first week. You know what I mean? I'm going to burn myself out. My body. I'm going to burn out. I'm going to burn out, boys. If I've got an hour ride there, hour ride home on the bus, I give it a week or two, and then I'm going to burn out. I'm going to get fucking burnt out. So I'm not going to last very long. That's what I presume anyway. But you never give up, boys. You never give up. Just keep, plodding along. Keep your expenses down. That's what I'm trying to do. Keep my expenses down so I'm not overextend myself. And then when I've got my money, I've got no money. The next day, totally broke. Totally skint. But I got it all paid. So I'm happy with myself. I'm able just to maintain my life, mate. That's all I want to do. Just maintain my life a little bit, live in peace, and watch it all disintegrate around me. Watch it all just fucking blow up around me, mate. Because the whole joint's going to shit. If we don't watch it, we're going to end up like Europe, England, London. We'll end up like them, without any doubt. And they're trying, man, they're trying. But we're going to take back over TikTok, bro. We're going to take it back over. I've had enough of them. I've had enough. I really have. Burning the flag, yeah, that did it for me. That pretty much did it. I don't like any of them. I really don't. I don't like you no more. Okay? Because, I said to the bloke the other day, you know what I just twigged to, bro? Like we're brothers, right? Everyone's a fucking brother, right? And what a load of shit, right? So you fall and you let them think that they've got their dawa. Just let them think that. But the end result is England. That's the end result of what you want. Okay? You want those laws here. That's what you want. You don't need to pretend. Yeah? I don't like any of them. They can all go. They can all get straight over deported. Tourist visas, student visas, yeah, you're out of here. You're not a resident here. You're not an actual thing. You're out of here. You'll be deported, without any doubt. The rest of you, I don't care because you're Australian citizens, but you're on the watch list. You're on the watch list. You are on our country screaming for another country's rights. You want us to do whatever, and in the end of the day, you'll turn us into that fucking shithole. There'll be no difference. Just look up fucking England and Europe and all the rest of it, mate. Does it look like England and Europe to you? Or does it look like mini fucking Somalia, mini Afghanistan? That's what it looks like to me. An absolute shithole. Taken over by Sharia courts, taken over by patrols that go along checking the shops, what they're selling, if it's approved or not, So, it's everybody fighting each other. That's what it's about, brothers and sisters. It's everybody arguing against each other. Division, in case you haven't woken up to our government. And the IDF and all of that. They love division. They want you fighting amongst yourselves. And then they can come in with laws that you have to obey. Over in Ishmael, they're passing a law where they're allowed to executu. They're allowed to. Okay? So they're going to empty all of their jails. Everybody that's not even charged, and they don't have no problem over there, mate. They're going to write a law about it. The Palo people, fucking just straight in there, bang. These people are as nasty as you can get. They are the NAZIs, mate, of this century. They are the NAZIs of this century. President Orange Man comes out and he says, we've got a weapon that... What did he call it, man? He called it some funny... some fucking, word he called it. Discombobulator. We've got the discombobulator. And the reporter's like, what's that? He said, well, it just goes in and there's just nothing left.
discombobulator. That's what he called it. Now, Ishmael has used it over there and disintegrates people. Just disintegrates you. 35-degree burning, 35-degree heat. So they explode it, boom, and it just disintegrates every possible mammal that exists within that radius. And the only thing you see is a splatter. You just see a splatter on the ground, and they're gone, completely disappeared. So that's what they're using over there, without any just incredible. And these people write our laws. They wrote the laws. The issue. You're just not allowed to name them, okay? Everything the kids said on the stage is true, but you're not allowed to name them like that. You've got to name it something else, where he's come out straight out and said it. And the kid's doing 12 months jail for saying it, okay? For saying the truth. Everything he said is the truth. It's not a lie. It's not like you can take him to court and, someone's lied on you. What do they call that? Sue them, everything he said was true. So Ishmael needs these new laws to protect them. They need these new laws coming in so the Goy are under total control. And the Goy do what we tell them to do. And they only talk about what we want them to, that's authorised to talk about. Anything else, we're going to put you in jail. The kid's doing a year's jail. So it's become quite serious now. And I was watching an interview with one of these big fucking ministers, they come on with their fucking accent. Whatever the fucking they talk. I can't stand them. I can't stand them as soon as they open their fucking mouth. As soon as they start talking with that accent, mate, it fucking bugs me. Just bugs the shit out of me. Because they sound like NAZIs. They talk like NAZIs. They sound like NAZIs, and they pass themselves off, as the total opposite of it. He needs that protection to come here. In case you haven't realised that. You think it's all glory, glory, glory. Look what you needed to get your leader to come here. Look what you needed, the protection you needed around him. Look at the buffer zone of safety that he needed in order for him to feel safe. He needs the new laws implemented straight away. No banners, no slogans, no protesting, no signs, no nothing that will make... It's got to be the blue flag all the way along, okay? It's got to be completely gated off and fenced off and real, M16, protecting him. And the guy comes out and says it feels like home. I bet it does. I bet it does feel like home. Yeah, you're really used to seeing the wire fencing and armed guards and, all the laws that you have to protect yourself. You're not allowed to do this, you're not allowed to do that. Meanwhile, I'm going to decimate an entire 2 countries, 3 countries. I'm going to decimate them, destroy them, and I'm going to take their resources and take their land. And there's nothing that you can say about it. Nothing. Because if you do, I'm going to call you anti this word, and anti-S, and anti-this. And I'll have you jailed. Okay? They're very proud of themselves, mate. Very, very proud of themselves, of the problem, reaction, solution, and of what they've been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time. Those laws have been on the table there for a long time, buddy. They were waiting for the right instance that they could set up in order to bring in those laws. And they funded them, the laws, they funded it, they wrote it, they lobbied in it, and they pursued both sides of the table. That's why they were getting them over on holidays. All the politicians have been on a holiday, right? They've all worn the hat, right? That's why Ishmael was pushing for the holidays so much. And then you've got the Reinhards of the world that are the billionaires. The billionaires, mate. They're billionaires, mate. You know what they're billionaires from? From our resources. The public people's resources. Coal, whatever the fuck she's digging up there, the ore. Yeah, she doesn't own it.
She doesn't own that shit. You know, it's done through the back door fucking dealing, son. You know, we don't get shit, no royalties from her. We don't get nothing. But she's a billionaire, right? Doesn't want to pay taxes, there's nothing for the public there. Nothing. They're in it for their own. It's all sold off to their little private little corporations, mate. You know, all those contracts. The public doesn't get any money for that all. The coal, the gas, all of it is shipped off for free. It's shipped off for nothing. And then we end up paying for it when it comes back into the country at a high price. A huge, huge increase. And it's our resources. It's ours. We own that shit. Not fucking her. We own it. But her funding, man, is in the billions, and she's funding Hanson. She's funding the groups that are pushing the lobby groups. You know, she's funding all of that. Because that's what billionaires do. You know, when you've got billions of dollars in there, you're fucking bored, mate. There's not a whole lot. You can buy anything, do anything you want. But, you know, now it's time to, you know, fuck with people's lives, bro. And get that shit over the line, right? So they're all for it. They are all for the laws. They're all for, you know, the freedom of speech. And, you know, how dare you? I heard that Mins come out and say that freedom of speech is just an idea. It's just an idea. Freedom of speech, just an idea. Because how do you know who you're talking to? They might be talking a lie, misinformation, and you're believing it. And then that lie goes to another person. That's misinformation, where it shouldn't be allowed. And you should have that one concentration of information that you can trust. And of course, that's them. You know, it's full commie. It's full commie. Because it doesn't apply to them. It doesn't apply to them, it applies to me and you. It applies to your children. It doesn't apply to them. They are dual citizens, multi-millionaires. It doesn't apply to them. You know, you want proof of it, mate? Have they got fucking, what's his name, into court yet for the kid? You know, the last premier with the glasses, the real fuck knuckle. And he drove over the kid drunk with his wife. Mate, no charges. No charges. The guy spent fucking months and months and months in hospital, mate, on death's door from being run over by these two fucking drunk. Daniel Andrews and his wife coming home from a party. Blind drunk, mate. You know, admits hitting the kid on the recording, admits it on the ambulance call. You know, months and months later, oh, that doesn't exist, that never happened, you know, I didn't say that. And since then, you know, I'm very sick. You know, I can't go to trial. I'm very, very sick, man. So now apparently he's telling the court. I don't think the kid got denial after that. So that goes to show you, man, that, you know, you have no power. It doesn't matter what you want. It doesn't matter what's right or wrong. It doesn't matter. And the only people I get on YouTube, mate, are the ones waiting for me to yell and scream. That's all. Waiting for me to yell and scream, or to react to something and yelling and screaming or whatever. And then they make their recordings. That's the only thing that I get on here. And everybody's unhappy. Everybody's unhappy, bro. One nation's no value at all. Don't be fooled. Everybody's fooled. You know, everybody's, you know, and I believe that's why she's the way she is, so that they can point in that direction and go, they're going to save us, they're going to save us, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. She's not going to do anything. I can promise you that. Absolutely 100% do nothing. You know, that she's happy to go to all the meetings and tell you what she's going to do and yell and scream and cause things. She is controlled opposition. That is what we call Hanson, controlled opposition.
If you do a Google search on her, it's a few months ago now, but she was on holiday. She went for the holiday.
She went for the holiday, mate. She kissed the wall. She wore the hat, big smiles, the whole thing, and then come home.
And then it was all quieted. It all went quiet, right? Mate, then you need to look up her dealings with Reinhardt. You need to look up, and then you'll find Google things on Reinhardt and her. And Reinhardt has been giving her millions of dollars. Millions.
Look it up. She is fully bought.
But behind the door. Okay?
Once they've worn the hat, once they've gone for the holiday and worn the hat and kissed the wall and then come back, they're no longer yours.
They are not. None of them are. All of them are bought. Every one of the politicians. I think there's only 13 that didn't sign, 14 politicians that didn't sign that piece of paper, the anti-bill, the anti-Semitism bill. They walked out.
They're the only real politicians.
I don't know who they are. No idea. But they didn't sign. They walked out. The rest of them signed. So they agree with everything. Okay? They're all bought and paid for. All of them. And then you'll come across dual citizenships.
And that will absolutely upset you, because you'll find out how many of them are dual citizenships with Ishmael.
Their allegiance is to them. It's not to you. It is not.
It's not. So then they come back and they pass the laws, mate. They pass the laws. Okay, they get it across the line for the lobby group. And they're all funded through the lobby group at the front. They're not a problem. They're all funded. You know, they get funding through the lobby group. And they're pretty cheap. 120,000, 150,000 majority buys you most of the polys. And the big boy at the top, he's 150, 150, 200. And you buy him.
He'll do whatever you want. You know?
Pretty cheap. They're not expensive.
They're pretty cheap, mate, compared to the rest of the world. So that's why they get their shit passed. And now these knuckleheads are no longer protesting.
I don't see any protests. I haven't heard anything on the news. You've pretty much disappeared now, yeah?
Palestinian rally and Palestinian protests and all that.
Pretty much disappeared now, yeah? So you served your purpose. That's basically what you did. You served your purpose.
You served your initial, what you were funded to do. And that was to cause a reaction in the public. You know, protest, reaction. New laws, bang, out they come. Anti-Semitism, anti-this, anti-that. Now we've got people in jail. We've got a young man, Australian young man, there with his flag. You know, he said this, he said that. Doesn't matter. You don't have to agree to it. You don't have to agree to what he said. That's why living in Australia is a good thing, man, because, you know, you can stand up after him and you can now have a speech disagreeing with him. You don't have to have him jailed, you know, because you don't like what he said. You don't get to have him jailed for that, because that's why we live in Australia, okay? But they've taken that from us. They've taken it from us. They've taken it from our children. They've taken it from you, me, the soldiers that died to give us those rights. Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. You know, and this Ishmael, mate, has such respect and courtesy for Australia, right? Unity, and, you know, we're just such a great ally, right? Mate, they drove over our cemetery. They destroyed our cemetery in Jerusalem, just destroyed it, and said that it was in the wrong, you know, it was blocking, you know, security, blocking. So we need to get rid of it because it was blocking everything. But they destroyed the Canadian, American, and Australian cemetery. Completely destroyed it. No courtesy for the soldiers at all. Nothing that died in the war, because they fought for Palestine, to free Palestine back then. That's what they fought for, to free Palestine. That's why they died. They didn't die to free Ishmael, okay? You know what I mean? And that's why they died. Just like normal, man. The conversation in the chat's just like normal.
Nothing changes on YouTube. I'll give you another half an hour of my time, and that'll be it for you boys. I don't think I'll be coming back to YouTube for a while. There's not much point to it. I wish you all the best. Take care of yourselves. Live a free life. Be careful of the con. Be careful of the long con. Guard your heart, mate. They'll rip it apart and tear it out. Destroy you if they can. Leave you totally broke with nothing. And they take your kids from you. So don't marry them. Don't move them in. There's no point anymore. You've got a 20% chance that it's successful and an 8% chance that you are going to have everything taken from you. Okay? That's what it is. Other than that, I wish you all the best. I don't see any reason why, I shouldn't be putting much time into here anymore. But I wish you all the best. And thanks for the journey. Thanks for, helping me along in my journey. But I need to concentrate on my life for now. Just concentrate on that. Try and get my shit together a bit more than what it is. I love my little place. I don't want to lose it. I don't want to fall behind in bills and shit like that. So I've got to come up. I've got to try and get some money for food and money to fucking survive and shit. I don't want to sell my my metal. I don't want to. They're only offering Comex price. That's all they're offering. So that makes it a bit harder. I could pull myself out, right? But they're offering 60 less, man. 60 and O less. 60 and Oz less. They're offering Comex price. You go on eBay, man, and have a look for yourself. At a Silver Eagle, yeah. Well, they're offering me half that. Okay, so I'm not plundering. I'm not. I'd rather go broke and fucking starve than just plunder my time, my effort, my stress, what I went through to get that, what I went through in order to secure that, like everything. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't have a single fucking nothing, mate. Don't you understand? If I hadn't woken up to the shit and fucking actually got it, I wouldn't have anything. I would have nothing. I would have what you see here. Shit I picked up on the fucking street, man. Couch. The television's the only thing I bought. That's it. And I don't even watch it. Fridge I got on the fucking side of the road. The fucking washing machine, the side of the road. My bed, the side of the road. I would have Jack. And that's exactly what they want you to have. Nothing. You don't even have your personal items you had before you met the person. You don't have that. They keep that too. And that's not enough. So no, I need to try and, I'm happy, man. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying what life is. So I've got more other things I've got to do. And at least there, man, if I'm mucking around on Tiki, at least I got a chance, man. Like they do throw you a few things here and there and stuff like that. Whereas on here, man, there's jack, there's nothing. It doesn't improve your life at all. There's no good, my old man told me, there's no good wasting hours and hours of your life if it doesn't improve your life. If all it's doing is costing you time, effort, money to do that, it's just not worth doing. You may as well put your time and effort into something that is worth doing. So, you're basically wasting your thing. Why do it if you're not gonna get it? That's the old man's logic. So I don't know. In the exposure. They just put a kid in jail, bro. They just put a fucking 23-year-old in jail for a year. Just for nasty words that he said on the stage that, Little Hat doesn't like. Little Hat didn't approve of that speech. How dare you say that? So you need to go to jail. He's doing jail. It
just it fathoms me how much Australia has fallen. Just completely fallen, mate. Completely gone. Sold out by evil, bro. Evil. Gets their claws into it. Like they get their claws into things, and they start getting laws in passed. It becomes like we're like living over there, bro. There's no difference than the laws. We live under the same laws the Palestinian people live under. We live under the same laws as them. They're not allowed to do that either. They're not allowed to have banners and signs, and they're not allowed to do protesting or anything like that. Except over there, they will be actually, kaboomed. But the same thing applies. And I hate it. I hate it, bro. I'm a little bit scared, because it only takes a couple of words, and they can put it all together, and they can have you jailed. They can have you jailed. It's just not good for a streamer. It's not good for a streamer, bro. Not for where I am. I was already regulating my speech enough already before. Now, you've got to regulate it even more. You can't use their name, you can't do this, Fuck, mate. We don't live in a free country. We don't live here, we live in a fucking concentration camp without fucking walls. That's what we live under. We live under a communist rule that calls itself diplomacy, calls itself diplomatic and democracy. Like, there's no fucking democracy. What a load of shit. I'm so sick of it, mate. I really am. The falseness and fakeness of it all. And every time people fall for it and they vote for this shit, they actually vote for it. They get it into power. Like, what a fucking joke. These smug looks on their fucking faces of these politicians, man. That smug, contemptuous look that they've all got. That smug look that they've got. And then I watched an interview the other day. We've got $15 billion missing, public money, sent to the CFMEU, and, everybody knew about it. Everybody except the Premier. Did not know anything about it. She's completely blind to it, had no idea it was going on. She's married to the boss of the CFMEU. She's married to it. Did you know that? Yeah, the Premier, Susan Lee, yeah, her husband. Her husband's a fucking boss. And she's on there saying, I don't know anything. I don't know nothing about it. And the reporter put it back on her. And now that lady wants an apology from the reporter. An apology. How dare you ask me these questions? I haven't been... An apology. If you don't give me an apology, I'm going to stop the press release. I'm going to stop the press conference. Like, these people forget who they fucking work for. They forget who they work for. We don't work for them. In case you haven't fucking realised that, we don't work for them. They work for us. We pay their wages. When we want to ask a question, they don't have the fucking right to say to us, oh, look, I don't know the answer. I'll get back to you on this, and then they'll come back in a month's time, and they'll give you their answer, and then they just answer those from last month. They don't move on. They're a month behind, 2 months behind, whatever, because they don't answer the question. They don't answer any questions. They don't answer questions. Her own husband is the boss of CFMEU. Her own husband, man. And then $15 billion goes missing, mate. $15 billion, bro. Gets spent. Gatto's on the TV. I don't know nothing about it. I subcontractor here, subcontractor there. It's got nothing to do with me. Fucking perfect. Mate, fucking Mick Gatto should be the fucking mayor. We need to get... We need a fucking Prime Minister, bro. We need a fucking Gatto in fucking charge, mate. That's what we need. We need a Mick Gatto in fucking charge, bro. He just comes in there and just fucking bang, bang, bang. Completely deny. Fucking, mate, these cunts are fucking... They're knee deep in that shit, bro. They're fucking knee deep in that shit. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. They're knee deep in it, mate. What we need to do is get that guy in the office, bro. He really does need to be, Premier, Mayor. We need him at the top, mate. We
need him at the fucking top sorting this shit out. Get fucking Mick Gatto for fucking PM, fucking Rennick. Get him in there, mate. You know, we need these big boys in there, man, that don't fuck around, right? He's as dodgy as they come. Absolutely as fucking dodgy as they come. But hey, he fucking tells you straight out. You know, he answered the questions. They weren't the answers you liked, but at least he answered every single question. He is not afraid to answer your fucking questions. He doesn't dodge your shit. He may not give you what you want, but fucking get him into office, man, because that cunt will get shit done. That cunt will get shit done. It may cost a little bit more. It may fucking cost a little bit more. Fucking maybe a couple of bill over, you know, just a little bit. But we're going to get shit done. It's going to get fucking done, mate. What we need to do is get these boys in charge. We need to get them up there into the offices. We need to get them into the secretaries' roles. We need them fucking doing deliveries. You need these cunts with the tattoos and the big, you know, big foreheads coming out doing the fucking thing, mate. No cunt's going to fuck with them. No cunt's going to fuck with them. They're going to do exactly what the fuck they're told, right? Mate, these are big boys. These aren't little guys. These are fucking monsters men. These are monsters. These are huge, big fucking men. These are the cunts you don't. These are the cunts when they knock on your door. They are the door. They are the fucking door. You look at the door, it's a fucking chest. The whole fucking door's just a fucking man. It's just fucking a man. And he's just looking down like that at you. He doesn't fucking say a word. He just fucking just looks down like that, man. Because he's a big boy. They're big boys, man. They are not little boys. These are big, big men. Like big. You know, not little men. The little guy's in charge. The little guy's in charge. The one that's quiet. He's the one that's in charge. The other boys, the big boys, they're not in charge. They're soldiers. They're soldiers. Okay, but the little guy that looks like me, you know, tattooed up or whatever, he's in charge. He's the one that's got the, you know, he's the one that's got the say. You know, it's not the one that's running his mouth. It's not. But yeah, that's what we need. We need the gattos in charge, mate. We need the ones that are in there fucking getting this shit done. And when you ask them a question, they give you an answer. You may not like the answer, too fucking bad. He didn't say to you, I'll put it on notice. I'll put it on notice. You know, I'll get back to you later. I'll get my secretary to get I just don't have that information on me at the moment. I'll get back to you. We'll take that on notice. Like everything you hear from the government, I'll take it on notice. They don't know a fucking thing, okay? They don't know a fucking thing. So they've rorted the system for fucking $15 billion, bro. $15 billion, man. 15 billion, mate. It's the biggest. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. I love it. Oh, it's fucking glorious corruption, mate. You know, it's corruption at its finest. It's corruption at the fucking peak, brother. It's fucking glorious fucking corruption, this one. You know, $15 billion, man. You know, they're paying for strippers. They're paying for fucking food. They've got the big fucking resorts going on, holidays, motels. Mate, the boys were living the life, man. They're living the fucking life. You know, they've all bought sports cars. They're fucking getting a rip here, a rip there. They're charging an extra couple of bucks here, couple of bucks there. Fucking millions of this and millions of that, bro. New houses, cars. You know, that's what we need, mate. Get your shit done. All right? You don't need the fucking silent, corrupting cunts that fuck. You know, yeah, I hired them. I hire a lot of people. I don't know where they get their money from. I'm not in charge of that. You know, I subdivide to this and I subcontract to there and I subcontract over there. I've got no control over that. Yeah, but did you cop and earn on the 12? Aren't I entitled to that? I love him. I fucking love the cunt, mate. Get him into office, man. Get the cunt. Mick Gatto, you got to go for fucking PM, mate. You got to go for PM, mate. We'll get Mick Gatto in there. We'll get fucking a couple of cunts out of the fucking jail, man. One of a couple of those big cunts. Get a couple of them in. You know, they'll take control over that shit, dude. There won't be no problems then. You won't have any problems, mate. It'll cost a little bit extra. That's all. It costs a little bit extra. That's all, man. But it's worth it. I've just got it plugged into the power for a minute. $10. Thanks, man. Message deleted by Garage Arts. I didn't delete anything, man. But it says, hello again. Sammy Prepper. Hey, kid. How you doing, girl? How you doing, man? I didn't delete you. I hope you're well. You know, I hope you're well.
We're like each other. We don't come on here a whole lot. We haven't been on here a whole lot, eh? Um, I've seen some videos. You're fishing and you're happy and I don't know, with your children or something like that. And that was it for me. Um, yeah, I haven't. Sorry, I haven't seen you on live. I think I seen you got a notice the other day, and you were camping. Something you were camping, yeah, right, something like that. And you were fishing, having a little fish. Good for you. Please enjoy your life. Please enjoy your life. Um, you know, your videos are about children, from what I can remember. Stay happy, healthy. Why you tune? What is this shit now, man? Fuck. Do you remember me? You have a spanner in my chat.
Of course I remember you. Delete you, or what it says here now, you're timed out, Sammy. Yeah, that's not fucking me. Okay, that's not me. Yeah, I'll because it's the computer. How do I make you give you a fucking hammer? There you go. That should stop it. What was that penalties of? Well, there's different kinds of moderator. Fuck, I didn't know that. I'll just give you the standard one. Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. And that should block the computer. That'll block the computer from deleting other people's messages. It seems to do that on its own. It's AI. So, but now you've got a moderator, it should block that. I'll remove it after the chat. You're under no obligation, Miss Sammy, under no obligation whatsoever. I just don't like it when they remove people's messages, and they do that a lot in my chat. And if I've got a moderator, right, but I need a moderator that doesn't fucking delete shit. You know, I don't need a moderator for that. I just need a moderator so the computer doesn't take over the chat. Anyway, stay happy, healthy, and well. A little cup of tea for the fucking old man. I'm feeling a lot better than I was before. My skin is clearing up from the wrinkles and the stress. I'm better. I need to take care of myself more. I need to be able to get some cream and put some cream on my face and help my way along that way. But otherwise, I'm fine. My hair, I do my own shit. This is all I do all this, which I'm pretty proud of. I wish I'd done that years ago. I really do. Because in the old days, I'd just walk in and they would shear me. It'd just be zzz, and you'd walk out, fucking no hair, and you look like a soldier. You look like a soldier. And I fucking hated it. I really did. And I've just paid $60 for that. So I felt like absolutely getting ripped, like I was getting gypped. So getting back to where we were before, I think the whole thing was a setup. I think this Palestinian protesting thing was just a fucking setup. I think the whole thing was a fucking setup. And I started to wake to it when they took a photograph of the guy with the megaphone. And they tied him back to, he's basically an import. He's an import. Nice cup of tea. Professional protester. Professional. And he was at this protest and this protest at different countries. And they've imported him. And I think a lot of these people in the front are all imports. All the one doing the yelling and screaming and microphoning are all imports. And it started to jerry to me. And then they let them burn the flag. Like they burnt the Australian flag on our soil. Lit it up. That I'm disgusted in. Fucking disgusted. As soon as I seen that, you don't get nothing from me. You fucking get in a plane, fucking all you muzzies, and fucking get out of here. Get the fuck out. Started to get really dirty on it. And that's what switched me on TikTok. They don't have any fucking power over me on these fucking Lebo fucking streamers anymore. You're done. Your dawa is over. Lord Dobby is fucking here. And none of your dawa's going to work on me. So I send them all packing, bro. You know why? because they're all on here running their fucking mouths, right? Running their mouths, and that's how they get their gifts, right? Gifts, right? Now their own country's under fire. Lebanon is being invaded. It's being invaded. It's being wiped out. They are taking sections of land over there. They are KILLing the farmers, poisoning the land. It's fact. They go in, they take over the fucking land, they put a fence up, they build a building, and they say that they have settled the land. And it's now their land. It's my land. Then they import a whole bunch of the little guys with the fucking hair, a whole bunch of them little cunts, little 17-year-olds, and they go out at night time and fucking kaboom everything within 2 kilometres. Within 2 kilometres, they destroy fucking buildings, cars, anything that they come across. They put it on fire. Yeah? And they wake up in the morning and they go and claim that land. That land is now theirs. Okay? They claim that land and put a settlement on that land. They're in your own country. They're in Lebanon. In case you're watching me, you're a Lebanese Muslim. They're in Lebanon. They are destroying your country now. So what are you going to do about it? You're a big mouth, right? You're a big shot, right? You're on here, plenty of dosh, plenty of paper. So what are you going to do to support your countrymen? Okay, because you sit over here in Australia and you brag that you're a Lebanese Australian. That's what you say. Ask them what they are. Are you Australian? And they'll come up with a big fucking diatribe speech. They really will. It's not a yes or a no answer to them because they don't fucking answer a question. That's another thing. They don't answer questions, muzzies. They fucking don't answer a question straight out. They will fire a question back at you. They don't like answering questions. And they like putting words in your mouth. I had a muzzy in the chat the other day, and I know that you hate this, and then he went on with his speech, and I cut that cunt straight off. Hang on a minute. You've moved on with your speech. You've just said that I hate this, and I don't hate anything. I've never said I hate anything. I hate fucking them, yeah. I'll admit that. I hate all of them, yeah. Okay? Because they're bringing division into my country. Because I'll ask you why. Because they're bringing division into my country. This is Australia. And you are bringing your division to the other side of the world and expecting all of us to react to it. That's why. You are bringing division here and hate here. There it is on the streets. So I don't know you shit. Okay? I don't know you nothing. Right? And if you want to carry on, mate, then you should get on a plane. You should get on a plane and go and protect your own country. Get on the first plane. Get out of here. They need to be deported. I'm serious. They need to be deported. Every single one of them that burnt the flag, yeah, you need to fucking be deported. You burnt the flag, deportation. I don't give a fuck if you're a fucking citizen. You're a citizen here, and the first thing the officer says is, are you Australian? And then you carry on with the fucking speech. That's the end of your meeting. That's the end of your discussion with me. You are fucking deported. Because this is Australia. You live here, right? Yeah, this should be your priority. This country. Not another country around the fucking world, and you want us to go over and pay for it, go and react to it and do what you want to it. That shouldn't be how... That's not how I am anyway. You should be Australian. Stick up for Australia things. Australian, us. Us. I don't give a fuck about your thing no more. I don't care about whatever's going on anymore. I don't care. Okay, you burnt the flag. After that, you become the enemy of the state. You become the enemy of the soldiers, mate, that died to give you those rights. You become the enemy of the people. You become our enemy. Okay, there is no reason that a person that looks like me would ever support you, ever. If they do, and you show them the flag, the burned flag, and they say that's acceptable, then get them away from you, because they're not fucking Australian. They're just get them away from you. They're not, if they support burning the flag, yeah, it's wrong to me. You burn our flag, fucking. We don't know you shit. We don't know you nothing. You're allowed to burn our flag. We're not allowed to burn your flag. Oh, you remember that? Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that, right? You're not allowed to burn your flag. That's called racism. If we burn your flag, that's racism. So we get charged if we burn your flag, and you get a free pass for burning our flag. You know, it's great, really good. Da, 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 da. I don't even know what FTW, mate. Okay, I've got no idea.
But I'm no fan. I'm sorry, I'm not a fan at all. And our government is as gutless as as you could possibly imagine. It's just disgusting. The whole visit to me was divisive and done deliberately. It was done to show the Goyim who is in charge, and it was done to show that the government, they love division, fighting amongst ourselves, and then they can introduce new laws. So it really works out for the government's benefit. This whole thing works out really well for government. They get division and fighting we're fighting, and we're not looking at what's going on over there. We're not seeing them invade Lebanon or the other countries. We're not seeing the damage that they are doing to these other countries. It's beyond GAZA now. They're expanding. They're going for the greater Ishmael picture. So it includes the other countries. They are a disgusting fucking people. Just disgusting. And they own everything. They own it all. They control it all. They've got, in case you haven't realised, all the videos and channels that on here that used to cover those kind of things, yeah, they're gone. They've been removed. All the channels are gone. And any videos about Ishmael that calls them out, they're gone. You'll be lucky to have a channel. They'll take your whole channel down to protect them. So every social media has a czar, one that's from them to look out for on that platform. And I'm talking every platform has one, except for Twitter. I don't think Twitter does because of Elon Musk, but the rest of them do. TikTok here. This place has been wiped. In case you haven't noticed, it's been totally wiped. It's like it's like a few years ago when we had that decimation on YouTube. They just deleted everything. Every fucking history thing, absolutely everything. They deleted so many channels, man. Hundreds and hundreds of channels were deleted because it didn't fit the narrative at the time. They were coming down on all of the stuff. The woke stuff came out, so everything else that wasn't woke had to be removed. And then they didn't like the history channels because it was showing the real war, and it was showing the H guy and his speeches, and they don't like that. They don't like it. They don't like that this information comes out. There used to be a guy on here, a channel, that just read old newspapers. Just the original newspaper, New York Post, all those kind of things, 1940s, 1942, all that kind of stuff. And he would show you, there it is, right there. He would give the information out, and they don't like that information. They don't want anyone realising, because they've got a whole different paradigm fucking spewing out. And that paradigm was introduced 3 years before the war began. Before the war began, they were already saying, we've got six this, and six this missing, right? All the souls are, at perish. They're going to do this. They're going to die, rah, rah, rah. And they were trying to get money for them back then. They were trying to raise funds back then. And then he goes into why. Why is that number so important? Okay, why that number? Why 6 million? Why not 4 million, 5 million? It's got to be that number. And he said, here it is in the Talmud. Here it is right there. He takes you to the Talmud. He tells you that right there, before their Yeshua arrives, whatever they call it, which is the Antichrist arrives. He's got to have 6 million souls, rah, 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 rah. And it's written right there. They need 6 million souls to complete their ritual before they move on to the temple and rah, 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 and fulfill the rest for Messiah, whatever it is, the guy. So that's where it all comes from. It all comes down to that. It's got nothing to do with anything else. Nothing to do with anyone else.
But that's okay, man. You know, that country can't really go on holiday anywhere. They can't go on holiday anywhere, man. Anywhere it's these people go, they're noticed. And just like me, just like you, except we're not allowed to ask because we'll be put in jail. But in other countries, they don't have your hate speech laws yet to cover you. So they're allowed to say, oh, you were in the IDF, so you served, so you were part of all of that. Yeah, you know what I mean? And now they're in, what is it, Argentina? They like Argentina. You know, they like that land, but it's got a forest. So we need to get rid of the forest, and then we've just got the land. You know, we've got good resources there. Can't touch it right now because it's a forest. You know, it's protected. But if we burn down the forest, it's no longer a forest and it hasn't got a protection anymore. So then we can buy it for pennies on the dollar, and we can do all the resources, and they're quite evil, man. It's quite evil. You know, they take hiking trips over there, hiking trips into the mountains, and you know, a couple of days later, a huge fire appears. You know, they've caught them up there, bro. They've caught them up there, 5 and 6 handed up there. A couple of blokes are walking along, and here they are, mate, taking pictures of acting like tourists. And the guy's got a thing he's writing down in a book. He's writing things down in a book, and you can just tell they're not fucking tourists, bro. Okay, you can just tell they've got plans, yeah. Anyway, man, it's a beautiful day in the neighbourhood, a beautiful day to be a neighbour. Won't you be mine, won't you be mine, won't you be my neighbour? No, 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 no. Fucking eye, mate. What time is it, little bro? 2:20, mate. 20 past 2. No, 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 no. It's hot, man. It's hot. Very hot today. Good day for the beach, mate, if you like the beach. Good day for the beach. Or go out for lunch somewhere, have some nice lunch. That'd be nice. No big plans, man. I don't go anywhere, don't do anything. Anytime I go out anywhere, it costs me paper that I don't have. So I can't really afford to go out anywhere or do anything. I've got no materials for my masks. I need hair. I need orange hair. And I've got no materials to make WGs until I get some kind of paper through the door. So I can't do that. I can't do arts. I've got plenty of raws. I've got plenty of masks ready to go. It's been really dead in the eBay situation, which you could imagine you would expect. I mean, it's that time of year. Christmas, holidays, kids, school fees, books. You know, they've got to catch up with all the Christmas stuff. So it takes them a month or two for them to get back onto their credit cards and stuff like that. So retail's a bit slow at them. It would be slow everywhere. I think they have their sales now. That's why they have their sales going on, because it's the toughest part of the year. Markets are pretty tough. If you're trying to, yeah, I think the markets are pretty tough. The metals have gone through the roof. The metals have, you know, they try and try, man. The metals try and break out, but the manipulation is just too strong. The manipulation and the control, the algorithms, the computers that drive it all, they react within split seconds, and they can, you know, it's going up 1 minute, and then one of the big whales comes in with, you know, paper contracts worth 350 million ounces of silver, more silver than exists inside the COMEX vault. They don't have that much silver in the vault, so they can't actually complete the contract. But as soon as the contract is dropped onto the stock market, it takes it, you know, 120 down to where we are now, 75, nice and comfortable. You know, all the corporations come in and they want to be buying it up and buying it up, and that's all it's about. Now the corporations have come in. You know, they've driven it down, mate, and it's all done by computer. Just within split seconds. It's all done within split seconds, literally. You know, I think it was 4:55 on a Friday night when that happened.
So no chance for the market to react, no chance for it to just whack the contracts down on the market, drive the price down, and then the market closes. That's it. Not open until Monday. So that's how it got slammed. You know, they're all saying it's going to go back up on the Monday or Tuesday. Their Monday, so our Tuesday, it's all going to go back up again, up again. No, mate, it's been manipulated up the kazoo. It really has. It's been absolutely smashed. You know, JP Morgan has accumulated 750 million ounces of silver, physical, they own. So they're trying to accumulate as much as the metal as they can. So they don't want it up, they want it down, down, and down. But at the same price, they want to be able to sell what they were selling for 120. And all of those people all the way up, okay, all the way up the mountain, all those people that bought, and then JP slams it fucking down again. So now all those people are they're out $60 an ounce, $40 an ounce, whatever it is, because they paid higher. So right now, those investors are at a loss. They're at a negative, okay? They're down $40 an ounce, $60 an ounce, whatever it is. Well, 50-something dollars an ounce at this point, if they bought it then. But they're so, most people are fucking stupid, man. They only buy that shit when they see everybody else going in there. When everybody's rushing into there to buy it, that's when they want to buy it. They could have bought that shit 2 weeks ago, man, for half the fucking price. They could have bought it a couple of years ago if they had any faith in the fucking metal. They could have bought it for half the fucking price. You know what I mean? Like seriously. But they have no love of the metal. They have love of the turning over the paper. They just want to buy the metal, and then the next day they sell the metal, and then they got their profit. They're fucking such wankers, man. So small-minded. Like they don't like the metal. They don't hold on to the metal. Once you're a holder, you hold. You hold. You don't plunder the next day. You don't shit yourself because they've driven it down to whatever. You don't give a fuck. You don't care. You didn't buy it at the top. You didn't buy it anywhere near the top. You were all the way down here, and that's when you bought yours. And then it's and then slammed. Well, what are you worried about? You got it down here. You were like right down there, buddy. You don't have anything to worry about. You haven't lost anything. You've got physical. They've got a paper contract. They don't have physical. Okay. And that's all that matters. You maintain that and have that, because nobody has it. There's nobody, bro. You can call up Frankston, the shop there that mate. He's 120 to 150 for an ounce. 120 to 150, depending what day you walk in. Yeah, that's what he is for a silver eagle. So reality is a whole lot different than a paper contract you see on Comex. But that's all they'll pay you, man, is Comex price. You walk into a shop, they just want to give you $80. You look up the same ounce on eBay or wherever you go, and it's fucking 180, 170. Go and have a look at ABC Bullion. Look up Perth Mint. Go to Silver Coins. There's nothing available. Nothing. You've got pictures, you've got prices, 170, 180, 200, but no coin. Nothing available. Okay? So the guys, the people in Australia that are supposed to supply Australia with coin and bars don't have anything. They've got nothing. Unavailable. Okay? No, your country's fucked. You don't have a country. What the fuck you talking about? Your country is gone, brother. Dobby, are you speaking facts, man? I don't know what I was talking about, man. I don't know which one I was talking about, man. You don't have to fucking remind me. I don't know. I swapped subjects too quick. I got no idea what I'm talking about. Don't ask me. Don't say, oh, fuck would I know. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Mate, your country's gone. What is his name? Minister. Yeah. How the fuck can you call yourself UK anymore? Like, you're not UK, man. You're a waiting caliphate. That's all you are, a waiting caliphate. You're just a waiting. They're just waiting. You wake up to fucking morning prayers, mate. Okay? Fucking 5 times a day morning prayers. What are you talking about? You're fucking surrounded by illegals, mate. It's just everywhere. You can't leave your daughter alone. You can't leave your wife alone. You've got to escort them everywhere they go. You've got to make sure your daughter's at school. You can take your kids to school. You've got to be there when they because you've got to get them. You personally, you can no longer trust anything anymore. Buses, you think the kid's going to be able to walk home? What are you, fucking crazy? The kids can't walk home, not on their own. They can't go to school on their own. They've got them over there grabbing them off the street, man. Just straight off the street, early in the morning, on the way to school, and just grabbing these little ones, just putting their arm around their shoulder and just guiding them where they want them to go. And the little one was totally petrified, in tears, mate, petrified. And she just happened to be noticed by one of the ladies across the street, and the lady was straight onto it, because this was a fucking South African, mate. 6 foot tall South African, and he's got a fucking 10-year-old by the shoulder, guiding her into the alley. They're a sick fucking. The whole thing is an evil cult. It's not a thing, it's a cult. Okay? It's a cult. Okay? And the only way they protect it on TikTok, mate, the only way they're able to protect themselves is just to threaten. They have to threaten you. The minute you talk about, their religion, or you say anything that they don't like, they threaten you. That's what they do. I'm going to call the boys. I'm going to make a phone call. I'm going to do this. They're really quick to get 10 blokes in a car and they want to come and, we don't have to worry about your, you can ask anything and it's the same. We don't have to worry about what you do. We don't have to worry about threatening somebody else to be quiet because we don't like the questions you're asking. We don't have to worry about that, but you do. That's the only way you can keep it all in control, and that's with the sword. You have to use the sword. You cannot use words and diplomacy because you lose the argument, and then after that, you have to use the sword, and you must remove, delete, destroy, which is what that guy came to the other day. There was proof of it on TikTok. You listen to them. They'll tell you how much they're brothers and we're all friendly and, I'm only here to, be friends and all of that. It all starts out friendly. And as soon as you've got the mask off them, they start yelling, screaming. They'll start threatening you. They'll start telling you what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. So within a few minutes, man, they've gone from all friendly to I'm going to do this. And then, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much, man. There was another one, some big famous guy on TikTok. Some big bikey guy. Some famous bikey guy. And then that other bald guy, Spanian. Anyway, he was asked in an interview, like weeks ago, what his experience was. So he just explained his experience with Islam. That's all. He didn't put the thing down. He didn't run anybody down. He just explained his experience. Well, since then, that guy's had death threats. He's had death threats because how dare you talk about it? How dare you talk about it, right? You're not allowed to talk about it. Okay, it's not approved. Didn't mention anything, didn't put anybody down, didn't just mention his own journey, and it just wasn't for him, But they didn't like that because he's famous, and you're now, people might be influenced by that. So, old Spanny's under death threats, mate. He's under death threats, yeah, and they're from TikTok. The bikie guy on TikTok, he's put the real death threat into him. If I ever see you out anywhere, rah. G'day, Mr. Dawson. I hope you're well, man. I hope you're happy, healthy, and well. As far as I know, UK is finished. It's finished. It's over with. You are fucking done. And all of your stupid protesting on the street means nothing anymore. Means nothing at all. Nothing. They have the laws. They have the Sharia law, and
They have the ministers, they have the council members, they have the mayors. They are all fucking, all muzzies. Every one of them are muzzies. If you look up the Manchester mayor, he can't even speak a word of English. Not a single word of English, and yet he's the mayor of an English city, Manchester, one of the biggest cities. Why? Because it's 70% fucking his domination. 70%. You know, these places are overrun now. They are at 60%, 50%, 48%. They are fucking huge. A person looking like you're English over there is rare. You know, it's all brown. Everything is fucking brown. And there's not enough brown, okay? You know what I mean? There's not enough brown. We need more brown. But they're all Muslim, mate. And we're looking at 70%, 60% majority in these places. So once they've got that kind of power, that's when you get the prayers in the morning, which is what you've got now. You've got prayers in the morning, right? Scotland the same. You know, Ireland the same. Ireland completely taken over. Scotland taken over. You know, prayers in the morning because they're mayors. They've got political power. That's why they're trying to advertise them. That's why they're trying to advertise themselves during political season, like they're really out there, because they really do need political power. It is the only way you're going to turn a democracy against itself. You use the democracy against itself. You get elected. Once you get elected, you can change the laws, you can create this, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Okay? And there's no more Christmases, no more Mother's Day, Easters, birthdays. They do not celebrate that. Okay, it's not part of their culture. But as soon as Ramadan starts, you've got to protect their culture. You've got to respect their culture. You've got to like all of their culture. You know, you're the R word if you don't respect them. But when your Christmas comes along, it's banned. It's banned. You're not allowed to have it. You know, it's against our religion, against our culture. You see how that works? I don't know, Jimmy. I can lie to you, but I don't know. I honestly don't. That's the truth, bro. I got the bills covered, man, okay? I'm proud of myself for keeping a roof over my head, mate. You know, just happy for that, yeah? I got the rent done, bills paid, normal stuff that people do. It doesn't leave a whole lot out of the old Seno, mate, after that. On a real fucking budget, bro. Masks have been dead. Fucking dead. I don't want to drop any of my metal. I don't want to fucking drop it, mate. You know, once I've dropped it, I'll never get it back. You'll never, you know. And that's like when I look at it, Jimmy, it's like the representation of my time in a fucking garage. You know, that's what it represents to me. It represents my time living in a spare room, being treated like fucking shit. And then the garage time, that's the representation of that. Does that make sense to you? Because that's how I look at it. I look at it and I think that's you know, it wasn't for free. You know, every one of those, that funds, if I didn't fucking see it, I wouldn't have it. Okay, it would have been plundered. It would have been taken from me and sent overseas. So I look at it like, I've got to keep this. I've got to keep it. I've got to keep it. At all fucking, if I can. So I don't go down and plunder it, mate. I don't put it on eBay. I don't fucking... So, you know, it's nice to look at and stuff like that, but it doesn't do anything for me in my life. But at least it's a good way for me to judge that I'm not a total fucking loser. I'm not a total schmuck, Jimmy. You know, I can look at it and go, well, there's a lot of fucking thing there, and you didn't fucking get it. Okay? You didn't get it. So why don't you be dirty about it, right? They'd be so dirty about it, mate. They'd be fucking... because they know, right? And I left behind, Jimmy. There must be another one there, another bucket there. There must be another package there, Jimmy. Buried. Beside the thing there. There's got to be one more. I've got I don't know, man. I just got a feeling. I missed one, you know? Because I had different plots. I had to hide shit. I had to hide things away, man. Otherwise, it would have been taken. It would have been taken. I wouldn't have it in possession. So I don't go anywhere, you know. Other than that, I'm okay. But it doesn't leave me enough to go down there, bro. And the supermarket's fucking miles away. I've got to walk everywhere to get there. Which I don't like. Fuck, mate, I'm so tired when I get home, carrying the fucking shit home. It's miles away. It's all the way down the road, and it's so freaking hot. I don't want to walk down there. I've got no transport, so it takes a lot of 2 hours. Something just to go down to the supermarket and come back again takes 2 hours. Carrying all that shit. I don't have no. We don't have nothing like that, mate. No, we don't have anything, mate. There's nothing. We don't have anything. We're totally, that's how I like to look at it. We're totally fucking skint. This is what you got. Make a mask, get a fucking job, fucking, go on TikTok, try and do some battles. I don't fucking know. Just try and work out a path that doesn't involve you, fucking, plundering fucking anything. I don't care if you got to eat a fucking sausage in a fucking bread roll, you cunt. That's what you gotta fucking have. You'll have a bag of fucking chips for dinner. I don't give a fuck. Fucking, fucking, yeah. We're not fucking plundering, boys. That's the whole idea. The whole idea is to look at it. I got paid a little bit for my time of my loneliness and my fucking journey in that situation. That's how I look at it. That's it. That's all I walked away with. That was of any value. Everything else the lawyers got and doctors got and report people got, they got everything else, like fucking every penny. So, I got a small bit of settlement from the house, pittance, mate, a percentage of what the house is thing. It's a single mum. We can't put her into debt for too much. This is the most that we can get, really, for a property. That's the most that you can get, right? And I'm lucky to get that, Mr. Barker. I'm really lucky to get that. They just settled straight away because it was a small amount. They just settled straight away. So that went straight to the lawyer. Straight to the lawyer. But I got to keep hold of it, though. I got to keep hold of it, Jimmy, if I can. Not fucking plunder. Because you'll never get it again. It doesn't exist for 30. It doesn't exist. You'll never get it again. That was my buy-in, 30. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's going on. It's immaterial to me. I'm way in front. Way in front. So, but it's the only reward I've got. It's the only thing, man. I feel lucky I've got my fucking comic books, man. My statues, like I'm... None of that would exist, man. It'd be gone. It'd be gone. I would have nothing. Nothing. Don't you understand? I'm lucky I got the comic books that I've got. 4 fucking boxes of comics. You know how many comics I had in the garage, boys? Come on, man. I had an entire shop. I'm lucky to have the most expensive statues that I grabbed. I'm just lucky. I grabbed them. Otherwise, that's it. That's it for my 8 years of my thing. That's what I would have ended up with. A couple of fucking Star Wars dolls, statues, and my original boxes of comics that I walked in there with. But the rest of it, mate, has to get left there. Would have been thrown away. All of my memories, all of my pictures, all my photo albums from my mother, all been thrown away. All memories been removed, photographs removed. My child wouldn't even know what a dad looks like. My child, Echo, calls me Charlie. Doesn't call me Dad. So they've removed the identity of the father completely from the child. It doesn't see you as Dad. It's only when we're together. When we're together and it's a child visitation thing, supervised, that's when I get called Daddy. Okay? But other than that, as soon as she gets to the front door of the house, no, it's Charlie. Because it's the mum. But I don't know what's for dinner, Jimmy. You know, that's the truth. I was more worried about having something to drink because of the weather. It's so fucking hot. I just wanted something to drink. It's 2:30, nearly 3 o'clock. Nearly 3 o'clock, bro. So I thought I'd just try and build up a bit of support on the tiki-toki, you know, tone it down a bit, last a bit longer. And I've done all right, man. I haven't been banned in a long time. It's been a while since I've been banned. And I don't want to harp on here about the same thing over and over. I really don't, boys. I don't want to be the same bloke that's talking about the same fucking shit, rah rah. You know, I really don't. So they're going to let in the ISIS brides, bro. You know, we've got. It just doesn't make sense to me. The whole way they think, man. I don't understand it. We've got women that were over here. They leave Australia. They go over there. They marry these terrorists. Marry them. Mujahideen, whatever you want to call them, and they are full-on ISIS, full-on Sharia. So they're into beheading, they're into the whole everything. And, you know, these women have seen everything. They have seen people being, okay, they've seen it. They've been a part of it. They glorified it. They liked it. They lived it. They married it. They had children with it. As soon as that guy gets done over, he's martyred, as they call it. Now they want to come back to Australia and they want to bring their fucking children here. Their fucking children, are you kidding? The most indoctrinated of all of them would be the children. You can't indoctrinate them. You can't. It'll be sitting there just dormant. You know, they'll accept everything you're saying because they're in your country, rah, rah. It'll be sitting there dormant, the same as the women. And they'll agree everything, man. They'll be smiling and everything will be cool. And it won't be until, you know, 2 or 3 months later, people calm down a bit. 6 months later, people calm down even more. They leave them alone. 12 months later, nobody's watching them. You know, then they go and join a mosque. They go and join one of their buildings. They go in there. Mate, they will be treated like legends. They will be treated like they're heroes. Okay? That is how they'll be treated. They will not be. And then their indoctrination will slowly filter into the system here. It will slowly filter into whatever building that they're in. You know, the other women and stuff like that, they get together and talk and stuff like that. Mate, it ain't going to take long for it to start infiltrating here. You know. And what do they bring to Australia? Tell me what they bring. What do you bring? You bring a whole bunch of kids that have been indoctrinated. You're indoctrinated for absolutely sure. You're indoctrinated before you even left the country. You know, there's no amount of fucking help that's going to help you. And you can pretend that you're democratic, and then, you know, behind closed doors you are teaching your children exactly the fucking same thing as what you were doing over there. And then those children, what are they going to do? Go to school? They're going to go to school here, are they? Oh, that's going to be great. Oh, that's going to be great. Okay, they could all go to school and eat Vegemite sandwiches as if that's going to happen. Listen, man, they bring net zero to the country. Fucking net zero. They bring here these ISIS brides. They're of no value here at all. None. They can only bring poison. That's all they can bring. So now we've got a situation, we've got a whole bunch of women over there with their kids and they want to come back to Australia. Australia says, no, but underneath the door gives them the passports. Gives them the way of leaving, you know. Then stands there to me and you and says, oh no, we're not going to support it, we're not going to do anything about it. Bitch, those things are on the fucking way, mate. They're on a plane you don't even fucking know about. You can bet your ass they are. They're just going to wait for it to cool down a little bit and then they'll slip them in the middle of the night and you won't even know about it.
They'll tell you when they've arrived. They'll tell you when they've arrived, when they're already here.
Okay? And by the way, they've budgeted for the welfare. Isn't that nice? It's part of the write-up. They have budgeted for the welfare. Of course you fucking have. Because you know you're going to need it. You're going to need a lot of fucking welfare, mate, for 20 fucking families and all of their children. Because that's all they represent, is welfare. That's it. Do you know how much a single mum pays, mate, with 4 kids? Because that's what they'll be on. Single mum paying 4 kids. Fuck. Big money, bro. Big money every 2 weeks for Centrelink. Big payment. So meanwhile, they walk around here, they come back to Australia, right? They don't give up anything. They will not give up anything that they believe or whatever. So you're going to be looking at fucking letterboxes fucking walking around forever. Okay, that's it. They'll only move to an area where they've got their building and where they've got their own little shrouds walking around everywhere together. And they're not going to intermingle. They won't integrate. They won't fucking nothing. They will go exactly where they are there. They're the same fucking people talking the language. And they will pass on exactly what they learnt over there. There is no way they're going to go, oh yeah, I want to be Australian now. And I'm going to give up everything that I was completely wrong. A woman's never wrong. She's fucking always right. She has no accountability at all. In fact, she would be blaming Australia for her going over there. You know, you did this and you did that, so that's why I went over there. She'd still have that mentality, that it would be Australia's fault that she went over there. Yeah? But you voluntarily went. You deserve nothing. You deserve complete, whatever it is where you're not allowed in. That's what you deserve. Okay? Because let's not forget, what happens if her husband didn't DIED? You know, if the whole system didn't collapse, right? And they were in power, you know, do you think that she would want to come back? Do you think that she would care? You know, because they're in power, right? That she's living the life they wanted that they live, right? There's no complaining when it was happening. You know, when they were doing their thing and doing all the KI-double-Ling, she didn't complain. She didn't say anything. She didn't contact the Australian embassy. She wasn't asking to go home. You know, she was happy that it was fucking going on. Mate, I seen an interview with one of these brides, bro, and she admitted that they had, you know, somebody, and it's in the basket. It's in the basket. She's seen it over and over and over. She's seen it happen. It's in the basket right there. And she didn't think anything of it because he's the enemy. He's the enemy. Okay? He's the enemy, you know. So to her, that's completely normal. You get it? These are the people they want to bring in. People that are normal. That's their normalized life. Okay? It's disgusting, man. They're going to bring him back in, bro. They'll bring him home. And they will be Centrelink for life. Centrelink for life, mate. And each of them needs somewhere to stay. They all need a house because they've got 4 and 5 kids. So they all need a house each. They need an apartment each. And you can bet the government is going to give them exactly that. The government will give them a house, a car, a fucking bank loan with 0 interest. They'll have Centrelink payment coming out of the 4 kids, 3 kids, 5 kids, single mum. It's huge. Single mum payment with 4 kids. Fucking hell. You got no idea, man. It's a lot of money every 2 weeks. That is the only reason they come here, yeah, Joey, yeah. Because I'm Australian. That's why. That's why, Mr. Turk. Because I'm Australian, mate. I'm Australian, and I see through all of your shit. And I see through all of your data. And your bullshit don't work here. It won't work here. It won't work on TikTok. The only thing you can do is write a report. That's all you can do because you're a bitch. You're a bitch. So you'll sit there listening to somebody you don't like and you'll report. You know, they're only allowed to talk about what you want. You know, got to believe the same thing that you believe. You know, talk the same way that you talk. Yeah? Fuck. Yeah, it's brilliant being Australian, man. I don't have to live under your fucking law, okay? I live under my own. I live under Australian law, on Australian soil. I don't have to do shit. Australia belongs to AVOs. We'll call them not your kind. How about you go fucking... How about you take a fucking boot in your ass, you fucking rat? Okay, first of all, you call them AVOs. Go fuck yourself, you fucking rat. Okay? They're Aboriginals, that's for a start, so show them some freaking respect for a start. And not my kind. What's my kind? What's that? What's my kind, Dawa? What's my kind? My kind's different than you, right? So you're a different kind than me, right? So you admit that you're a different kind than me. Yeah? Mate, Lebanon's getting invaded. Lebanon's getting invaded. Fucking get over there, mate, and get on the front line. And you'll be able to show them how great you are. Get them on the front line, bro. That's all you got to worry about. Other than that, mate, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Da, 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 da. It's anybody that says they're Australian, mate. It's anybody that says they're Australian. Australian just doesn't belong to one people, rah, rah. You know, you call yourself Australian, then you're Australian. Does Australia come first to you? Then you're Australian. Do you think about Australian culture and the way that we grow up, the way that we live? Then you're Australian. If you want to sit there fucking telling me that I can't have Christmas, I can't have Easter, I can't have Mother's Day, Father's Day, I can't celebrate this, celebrate that, because it offends you, and then you get into a car or a truck and drive through the crowd. That's what you do. You know, you cancel everything. Every single Western celebration you cancel. You're offended. But everybody has to respect because you're on Ramadan. So we've got to respect your culture. At the same time, you will deny our culture. You'll ban everything that we stand for. And you'll do that on our land, in our country, under our democracy. That's what you do. All right? Doesn't matter what country you're in, mate. If you want to call yourself rah-rah, then you're that. You ain't whoever you are. You're not. Okay? Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. 3 o'clock. Wow, dude. 3 o'clock already. That's the only reason they come to a Western country, Joey. That's the only reason they come here. They get really pissed off with me, Joey, on TikTok. They get really pissed off, man, you know, because they pretend they're one thing, but in reality they're not. They've got an entirely different game ball, okay? And it doesn't take much to remove the mask, is what I call it. Remove the mask. You know, they like to if you talk to them, they like to add things in that aren't true. They will not answer a question directly, okay? They throw a question straight back at you and they expect an answer. You're not allowed to, you know, you know what I mean? They want full control over the convo. They will create, you know, they'll create shit in the conversation that just isn't true. Look, I know that you hate this, and then they'll go on with their thing. You just pull them straight up, you know, because you didn't say you hate anything, but they're going to put those words in your mouth, yeah? And the rest of the night, they just deflect. They deflect. Whenever you ask them a question, they deflect to another question. They just deflect. They're really good at it. Deflection, lies. That's what you can expect. And the idea is to turn what we have here into the shithole that's over there. And I don't understand why. I really don't. I don't understand why they can take a perfect English street and turn it into Somaliland, where it's just covered in rubbish, just absolutely covered in fucking rubbish. And people are defecating in the streets. Defecating in the streets, mate, over there. In between the cars, defecating in the streets. It's gotten so bad in some of the Muslim countries, man, that they have hired people just to clean up human excrement. Because they all go outside, they all go into the street and wherever, bushes, whatever, and they do their business there. I don't know what it is, but they have been doing it over here. You can find videos on TikTok where people like me are walking along and there's a fucking guy taking a dump against a tree. Okay? And that is where he will leave it. He's not going to clean it up. He's going to leave it right there. And then, you'll come past next time and do exactly the same thing again. That's like his shit tree. That's where he goes to the toilet. So he doesn't, see anything wrong in it. And he's not going to clean it. He's not going to bury it or put it in. He's just going to fucking leave it on the ground. But in some countries, man, there are actual, like India, there are people that are high, the lowest of the low caste. They're the ones that pick it up. They're the ones that pick it up. They're not allowed to go into any shops. They're not allowed. They get served their lunch outside by only a certain amount of shops will serve them on the street because they don't want them anywhere near the shop. Because there's no gloves, there's no boots, there's no clothing. It's just them. And they're picking that up off the street. Okay? So, I don't see it, being too good, bro. I think I'm a bit more staunch against it because I've got daughters. I've got daughters, man. They're not children anymore, but you know what I'm saying? I had daughters. A lot of these boys on here, these Lebanese fucking streamers, mate, have never even been near a girl. They don't have any fucking kids. They've never even had a girlfriend. They're fucking 35 years old. They live at home with mum and dad. Every single one of them live at home with mum and dad. Did you catch that fucking guy the other night on TikTok? And I'm sitting there and I don't know, man, full beard. He would be nearly 40, living at home with mum, sitting there watching a fucking movie, biting his nails. Biting his nails. The fucking grown-ass fucking man. 40 years old. How are you supposed to marry that? How the fuck do you marry that as well? You can't marry that, man. That's fucking impossible, bro. That is the weakest of the weakest of the weak men you could ever fucking be with, right? Complete mummies boys. They are mummies boys. All of these ones fucking on TikTok. They live at home with mum and dad. Every fucking one of them. So what chance have they got against someone that pays their own rent? Yeah, looks at the world a whole different way, eh? Anyway, be happy, boys. Stay happy and well, gentlemen. I hope you're well in there, Stay happy and well. Staff. Try and be happy in your life. Find some kind of joy. Hopefully you're getting a fucking shag every now and again. Hopefully you're getting a bit of love in your life. Little back massage, little fucking bit of dinner. That'd be fucking good. Alright? No, I feel like robbed. I feel robbed. I really do. I feel fucking robbed. Robbed of fucking 6 years of my life. The other 2 years you're in the garage, you can't really count that. But the other 6 years, when I'm playing this stupid fucking game, didn't know what was going on. That's a rob of my time. That's stealing my time. Stealing my chance of being a husband, father, just a waste of fucking 6 years because you spent the entire time in negative energy. You spent the entire time trying to work out what was going on with this huge black shroud walking around the fucking house. And, negative energy, just sucking it out of you, sucking the life out of you. And it just, destroys you slowly, sucks the life out of you. You know what I feel like? You know that fucking Star Wars scene where the Emperor comes in and the dark guy, Mace Windu, confronts the Emperor And the emperor like uses his fucking powers, zzz, right? Fucking powers, right? And he's got the shield up and it's fucking blocking him and it's coming back on him and he's started to age and fucking wrinkles, his face is fucking up. Fucking, that's how I feel, man. 6 years with that fucking person, that's what it fucking turns you into, man. It turns you into this fucking, sucked up fucking thing left, right? So I've got to get like oils and, help my face a bit. But it's clearer than what it was. It was a lot more stressed before than what it is now. So I'm happy with that. But that's what I felt like for a long time. Like all my had been sucked out of me, all the goodness, all the niceness or whatever you want to call it. You're just left with a fucking shell, mate. You're not left with what you were before, bro. You're only partial what you were before. And now you're missing, 6 years of your life, 8 years of your life. So I pretty much missed the boat. I'm meeting someone really nice or whatever and settling down, getting married and kids. What am I going to... Come on, man, I'm in my 50s. You know, no one wants an old father, you know what I mean, if they're young. If I had a kid today, that when they're 20, I'm 70, mate. You know what I mean? Like I'm too, so I'm out of the game, bro. I had my chance. I had my chance to have children, had my chance to be a dad, husband, and I feel robbed. Basically, fucking robbed. Robbed, brother. Robbed, man. I didn't even fucking, sorry for robbed. And the rest of it, I'm okay. Don't expect America to come to the rescue or Australia to come to the rescue. We are as corrupt as you could possibly imagine. We are. Okay? I don't think we could get any more corrupt. Some power into this thing. That's better. The only thing stopping them in Australia is political. Okay, that's it. Political power. And what happens when they get political power? Well, you got that lady this morning. She's a fucking import. She's a senator. They've given the DEI fucking seat power, and of course it's a muzzy. And she's straight out, we should bring them back in again. How dare we not let them in? How dare we not support them and repatriate them? Like really carrying on like they're fucking heroes, right? Because they're the same ideology. And exactly what they are doing, you would also like to implement here. You're not too shy. She was part of the Greens party. So that's it for me. I don't want nothing to do with Greens. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't know what your other policies are, but this is one of your senators that says, these kind of words in Australia, and she's got power here. So, but that's what they need. Without political power, they have nothing. And they can't do it by the traditional way, in the demand and, if you don't do what we say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. They can't do it that way here in Australia. Not. See, they're very emboldened at the moment. This is the problem. They're very emboldened, All of the Lebanese Muslims, all of the Muslims in Australia, you're all emboldened, aren't you? Because you're watching what's happening in Europe, you're watching what's happening in Denmark, Italy, all of these countries you're watching. And you're thinking in yourselves, well, hey, they're getting it done. We should be more, more out front, right? That's not how it's going to work here. It's not. Because over there you're flooded with the illegal immigrants. Illegal. Flooded. With more on the way. That's not the end of them. There's more. There's more coming. And as soon as you help one of them, they're allowed to bring in the brother, the sister, the auntie, the uncle. They're allowed to bring the entire family to England. The entire family can come. So, and they're all welfare.
Everybody's welfare. Nobody gets a job. 84% welfare. 84%. Because why would they want to get a job? They didn't come there to work. You know, you get 4 wives, 3 wives, 4, have them living separately, single mother payment, all the kids are yours, and you're just going along to each house collecting the payment. That's all you're doing. That's it. That's your life. You know, that's not hard to think. You know, all the kids in the street playing, yeah, they're all his. They're all his. They're all one guy's. They're all his children. And then it goes from block to block, and then they get a building, and then they integrate, you know, with themselves, and they move on from there. And that's just how it rolls. So I'm frightened for our country, bro. I'm frightened. You know, they bring them in, man. They ship them in, bro, and then they're on the street. They're fucking protesting with a sign in their hand, fucking making demands on fucking Australians how we need to fucking obey whatever the fuck they want, okay? At the same time, they cancel everything that we believe in. Whatever we believe in, nah, it's against our culture. We don't like this. We don't like Christmas, Easter, Father's Day, Mother's Day. We don't like any of that. We don't like none of it, okay? In fact, we hate it. And on Christmas Day, we go on TikTok and we put Christmas Day down. Oh, I fucking don't like them at all, viewer. Because they're on Christmas Day, mate. They're in there telling people like us, running up people like us down. Why are you celebrating? It's a waste of your time. And, you know, you're an idiot and you believe in fools and you're this. But they're living on our soil. They're collecting Centrelink. They live here. But they'll sit here fucking running their mouths on the internet. And then they want to pretend after, when they want to do their battles, how much of a friend you are. Yeah, when they're battling. You know, we're all friends. You know, just support me in the battle. Support me in the battle. Yeah? You know, get the CAFA fucking spending some money, bro. Get the CAFA working. Yeah? That's all it's about, bro. It's just political power. They only have a little bit here. Whereas in overseas, Italy, look it up, man. In all these countries, right? Look it up. All mayors, all council members, they're all Muslim. Everyone. You may have the token Englishman, but he agrees with everything. That's the only reason he's got his job. Otherwise, they would get rid of him and replace him. All of them, every one of them, are all Muslim. See, just as much as they're empowered, you know, they feel empowered. We're empowered to wake up to it. We have the pretend story that you come up with and the friendliness and niceness that you represent in the front to the comparison of what is reality once you're in power. Once you're in power, that is how you obey. Those are the laws that you obey. Right now, you're playing the nice game. We're all friends. You are phase 3. Phase 3. That's what I call them. They hate that. And then as soon as you get power, sorry, man, my internet happens on a clear day because there's no sunshine, plenty of sunshine. I'll try and get this balanced. There we go. I don't like looking down, man. I'm trying to get looking. And then you get to, that's phase 3. We're phase 3 in Australia. Friendly, nice, we all get along. They even tell you they believe in Jesus. They even tell you we've got the same God. And like, they really do come up with a big fairy tale bullshit, okay? In Europe, Italy, Denmark, all of those countries, it's phase 8, phase 9. Phase 10 is full caliphate, Sharia law. They turn it into one of the countries they left. Okay, that's phase 10. I ended at phase 10, you know, because they're in control after that. So they're all nicey nice, pretending we're all friendly. They get power, they get political power, they get more buildings, more mosques everywhere. Everywhere's a fucking building, everywhere you go. We're all friendly. And then the political power comes in, and once they've got that, you get morning prayers, and they slip in, you're not allowed. You know what they're trying to do in England now? Ban dogs. England, Europe, Australia, they want us to ban dogs. Dogs offend them. So you've got your dog. Swear to God, look it up. They're trying to get a law to ban dogs because dogs see through them. Dogs see what they are. Dogs are like children, and you can't fool them. They know. Okay, so they hate dogs. They don't like dogs. Okay, so they're coming after our animals, mate. So you see how we go? We go from friendly, nicey nice, friends, to them telling you that you can't even, to phase 8, 6, they're telling you got to dictate your fucking dog. The dictation, right? They tell you. So that's where we are, in where we are now in this Australia fucking 2026. They're either going to turn us into what's over there, or they're going to turn us into what's over there. And we're in the middle. And we're not allowed to say anything. We face jail. Face jail, you go to jail. You go to jail here in Australia. They don't muck around. As soon as you say a comment they don't like, they will put you in jail here. Okay, we are in a prison fucking penal colony called Australia. And, Little Hat is in charge. He's in charge. There's no fucking two ways about it. He's in charge. Okay, Ishmael is in charge. It's no longer Australia. Ishmael is in charge. I have to regulate my speech. I'm not allowed to say certain things, not allowed to call out certain names or whatever. My whole stream gets called down. My whole stream goes unmonetized. And they won't share it, whatever, blacklisted or whatever you want to call it. That's the 3 streams. We had 3 streams in a row. We've had 1 stream where it's green. We've got ads on it. That's it. We've got 1. The rest of them are all yellow. Okay? Because I'm trying not to, trip their algorithm. And the czars are onto it here, man. That's why we don't have a huge count. Your stream gets blacklisted. Your stream gets blackballed. So, because I don't like what you're saying. You're not agreeing with everything. If you were agreeing with it, mate, you'd be getting payment. I'd be a rich man. You'd be getting a little bit of a sling. Yeah? But otherwise, you're going to suffer. They're going to make your life fucking horrible. They're in Lebanon, right? They're in Lebanon. You got a Lebanese guy running around in fucking Lebanon. He's in Lebanon. Did I say he was in Lebanon? Right, him and his family are sitting down at dinner. True story. Sitting down at dinner, he gets a phone call. He gets a phone call from IDF saying, do you want to DIE alone or do you want to DIE with your family? Make the choice. Alone. So he gets off the phone, he tells his family, this is what happened, this is who I just spoke to, I have to go. If I don't go, everybody goes. So he gets in his car, he drives 2 or 3 Ks down the road, pulls over to the side of the road and just sits there, and within 30 seconds, a minute, he is bombarded by drones and wiped out. And that's what they do now over there. They just give you a phone call. And they give you a couple of minutes to leave the house. If you don't, they just they do the whole house over and do everybody. And this is in Lebanon. We're not talking about GAZA. We're talking about Lebanon, an entirely different country. How in the F do you get the right just to go into another country and start fucking wiping people out, taking over their land, and they look at you and go, no, it's their fault. We're feeling afraid, so we've got to take that land over. That's how they frame it. That they feel fucking frightened. They're scared, whatever. But they're the ones that are fucking 20 Ks in over the border. Like the fucking, you scratch your head at these people, but there's no logic to them. There's no logic. The logic is the bigger picture, the bigger Ishmael picture. Okay, if you had that in your hand, then you'd understand why your land's been taken over. And they're going to take all of that over, and then they're going to expand upon that. They will go further again on that. But they're going to settle all of that. All of that's going to be taken over. So imagine that. Imagine you're a farmer. You've been farming there for fucking years, mate. Your dad had the land, you had the land. These cunts just fucking come fully armed up
heavy-handed. They get rid of you, and they take over your fucking whole land. They bulldoze your fucking house down. They build their own little settlement there, put a fucking flag up, and then they say that they've occupied the land. They've settled the land. Fuck, they've just found it. They've just settled the fucking land, ladies and gentlemen. They found new fucking land, mate, these people. They're fucking landscapers, mate. They're not fucking... Mate, we are discovering new fucking land here. Okay? You know, you little pesky little guy over there. I don't know about that. This is all new land. We haven't seen any... This has never been discovered fucking land here. Okay? We need to settle this shit. We need to put a settlement up. Get a fence going. They get a fence. They fucking fence the whole fucking thing off, bro. They get these big steel motherfucking fences up, man. And the farmer's fucking chopped off half his land is gone. He wakes up in the morning and half his land is gone. Just taken from him. And then, you know, Ishmael comes up with, you know, we're scared. We're very, very scared. We need a buffer zone. So they want a 1 kilometre buffer zone. So they get in there with the aeroplanes and the helicopters and they drop herbicide and pesticide down on the land. And they destroy every living fucking plant on the land. It becomes barren. You cannot use the land. Okay? So they put that barrier up outside the fence, destroy the rest of the farmer's land. No compensation, no, just go in and destroy what you don't want and take over what you do. Put a flag up, put a building up. Yeah, we've settled it. We're the first ones here. It's ours now. You know, promised to us fucking years ago. You know, that's how it is. I'm sorry about that. It's fucking mate. It's right there in the words, mate. Right there. Like, see this here? This is what we're obeying. It's not my fault, okay? They interview the soldiers. The soldiers will gladly tell you they grape. We don't only just destroy. We don't only just do this, and this. We also grape. You know, I really like graping. I like any... I will grape them. He's admitting to the camera. You know, I will grape them. So... but that's what they do. That's the honest truth. And that's in Lebanon. Okay, it's got nothing to do with whatever. They are taking over the rest of the bigger map. You know the bigger map? Yeah, all you got to do is look at that and you'll know where they're going to invade, where they're going to fucking settle up next. And then it'll move on from there. And I'm just wondering, where's the Lebanese government? Where's the Lebanese government? Do they have an army? I don't know if they have an army. I don't know if they have anything at all. But there's no one protecting these farmers. Nobody. There's nobody. You know, they're just little towns. They're not fucking shit. Not places like we know. They're little towns, man. They've got a tavern, fucking food in, whatever. Farms everywhere, fucking farming. You know, plenty of farming, okay? It's very lush, very green. Perfect for farming. But they've poisoned it, bro. They've poisoned everything. They flew over it with aeroplanes and helicopters. You can verify it on Google. You can verify. You won't get these videos here on the YouTube anymore. You won't get these videos. They don't. It's more a TikTok or a Twitter you'll find them on. You won't find them on here. They've got a czar. They've got a big boss lady that controls the internet here, controls all the social media platforms, and they won't allow those videos on. They just won't. They won't allow them. They will demolish your entire channel to protect them. You know, that's what they need right now. They need protection, mate. New laws everywhere. That's why we've got anti-Semitism law now in Australia, is to protect them, so that you're not allowed to put a video up, you're not allowed to mention a comment, you're not allowed to say their name, you're not allowed to mention this or mention that because that hurts their feelings. So now they can put you into jail. You know, there was a young kid on the Australia Day thing, and he's got up on the stage and yelled out stupid things, you know, stupid things. You don't have to agree with it. You can look at it and disagree with everything he said. You know, I don't agree with the way it was put across. There was he didn't lie. The way he put it across was intimidating. It would, you know, that's the motivation they've got behind you're going to incite other people.
because it wasn't done diplomacy. It was done with yelling and screaming, trying to excite people. So that's why he got into that little bit more of an edge of the law. Okay, if he had just said it normal, he might have got away with it. Might have, but 2 weeks, a month ago, he wouldn't have got into any trouble. He wouldn't have got into any trouble because that's why we live in Australia. He's allowed to say those things. He's allowed to get up there and be an idiot. He's allowed to go and talk whatever he wants to go and talk. And then whatever he says, he walks off, right? You're allowed to walk up after him and disagree. You're allowed to yell and scream and, you disagree with everything he said, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's Australia. That's called free speech, okay? You don't have to like what they're saying. It doesn't matter. They're allowed to say it. They're not hurting you or whatever. It's not a direct thing on you. They're allowed, and you're allowed to say whatever you like back to them. And then they're the ones that get all fucking, they get arced up. They want to then punch on with you, because you've disagreed with them. Rah, rah. They want to punch on with you. But that guy, mate, he's doing 12 months. He's doing 12 months jail. And it took him literally days to sentence him. It didn't take him ages. It took him literally days, mate. No advertising, because it's not a magistrate court. It's a different court. It's not decided by a magistrate. It's decided by a guy with a suit and a tie on. And he's offended, and the lobby group is offended, and that's it. There is no judge. There's no nothing. I think there'd be a judge, but he got 12 months, straight up. 12 months. No early release. 12 months. He's got to do the full whack. At the same time, same day, there is a guy that has, done certain things to a 12-year-old. And he gets also sentenced to 12 months. But he only has to do 7 months. Parole, 7 months. So you can get into more trouble and time in jail, talking about the little hat, than you can molesting a fucking, yeah. Because it's speech. How dare you? You have offended me. Your words have offended me. Other people might think about what you're saying. Only the information that I tell you is real, not any other information. Whatever you've seen or think, it's not real. Only what I tell you is real. Okay? And that's what the government wants. That's what the government wants. Yeah, but I can't drink it like I used to, man. I can't. I've got to be like, I've got to limit myself. It's like my treat now. Instead of just a drink, it's like a treat. I can't. That's it for me until I get paid. Basically, that's it. That's the coffee milk, bro. That's why I drink it slow. I don't fucking chug it down. It's just a little mouthful here and there, put it back down again. I got to make it last a day or two. I got to make it last that. Yeah, I got to make it last that. I have to regulate my speech. I have to regulate myself. I have to watch the words that I say, because that's what they're coming after now. They're going because now they've got the laws passed. They're going after comments. They're going after posts. They're going after comments. They can do it retroactively. So now they can go through any of your social media, and if they don't like a post that you've said or something you said ages ago or whatever, you've got to anti this or anti that on your social media. Yeah, they can come and charge you. They can charge you for that. Okay, they can come and question you and charge you, and you're inciting people. Rah rah. It happened fucking whatever a month ago, whatever you fucking whatever, right? But they can go back through your shit now. They can go right back to everything. They can look at who you're a member of. You join some club or whatever. I don't know. They can look at the club. If they don't like the club might have said something or disagreed with something. They can ban the club. They can ban the whole thing, and then all members they can then investigate, because now it's an illegal thing.
You know, so they can investigate everybody that's a member. Okay. I also found out some valuable information. Um, um, you know, like everybody trusts in these VPNs. Like you've all got the, you know, get a VPN, you'll be fine, rah, they don't know anything, rah, rah, you're all protected, right? What they don't know is that all the companies that own VPNs are all owned by Ishmael. Every single VPN company in the world is owned by Ishmael. They own them all. Okay? So whatever you think you've got secret, whatever, yeah, it's not secret from Ishmael. Okay, it's just not. They own the company. So take that how you want, you know, whatever information you want from that. But that's the facts. Okay, they own that shit. They own all the companies. So there's nothing you're going to say on the internet that they're not going to know about. Nothing. Nothing at all. So they can go through all of your shit. Everything. So now they're going to come down on everybody. They'll come down on absolutely everybody. I told you this before they fucking... I've been telling you this for years, man. Now they're going to start knocking on doors, mate. They're going to start knocking on doors. You trust me that, bro. Trust me when I tell you, man. All these Palestinian fucking protesting shit. You know, you get away with it for now or whatever. But trust me, man. They know who you are. They know what you are. You know, you're just lucky that someone like me doesn't have a little bit of power. Because personally, I'd deport all of you. All of you. No, not all of you, but the people that I could. You're on a tourist visa, student visa, any other visa, you know, whatever. Cancel visa and you're out. You'd be deported straight away, first plane. Every single one of you. I don't think you have the right to come here as a student because you're here to learn, or to come here as a tourist and you're out on the street protesting with a flag in your hand. You should be deported. Excluded. That's it. Never to come back in. Never allowed back in Australia. Excluded. Okay? You didn't come here. You came here on false pretenses. You came here under false things, man. You know, you're not a student. You're a protester. Oh, but I was only fucking up for the rights and rah rah. And you went to all the protests. We've got you filmed in all the protests. We've got you filmed when you were supposed to be at school, right? This is your school day. This is where you're supposed to be in your class here. And instead you are protesting on the streets. Oh, but I was doing it because they're... No, hang on a minute. Then you should be over there. You were over here and you were protesting on our soil. And you're not here for that. You have broken your visa conditions. Okay? You are here on a student visa or a tourist visa. You are not here on a protest visa. And, you know, like I don't know what the logical thinking behind it all is. I don't know why these people are not deported. So hopefully they get deported. I'm serious, hopefully they get deported. And if you look like me and you're part of the protest, I don't know whether you've seen them burn the flag or not. I don't know, you maybe didn't see that. But once you see that, that should be the end of you or your association with them. It should be the end of your association with them. They have just burnt your flag. End of story. That is your flag. Okay, you're standing there supporting them with their flag. They've got fucking plenty of flags. The minute you pull out your flag, they come and swamp you, fucking try and beat you. They almost kicked the shit out of that guy. Grabbed his flag, had an Australian flag. They came in and swamped him, bro. Kicked him to the ground, stole his flag off him, you know, chased him down the road. The whole thing. The guy did really well. He wasn't putting up with your shit. He knocked 3 of you fuckers out. He knocked 3 of you fuckers out. 3 of you followed him down the road and he knocked every one of you out. Every fucking one of you. He knocked you all out. Fucking boom, boom. He chased after you in the end. He was chasing your ass, man. He'd had enough. He'd had enough. You come there to support you and that's what you did to him. And he's running down the road. He would have just got to that point. Fuck all of you, man. You know, I've got 3 of you, that's enough now. That's enough. Now I'm feeling threatened, bang. He's fucking Muhammad Ali, this cunt, mate. He was Muhammad Ali, bro. He just fucking come out, turned around, stopped running, turned around and just went fucking bang.
straight into the bloke. And as soon as the other bloke walked up, he just went bang straight into him too. No fucking questions, man. Just fucking put him straight out. I loved it.
But that's what happened to him, you know, because our flag isn't welcome. Someone that looks like me wearing a flag is not welcome there.
So we don't owe you shit. We don't owe you nothing. You need to be deported.
My front door's open. They don't need to break it down. My front door's open. There's nothing here that like I'm going to get into trouble for, mate. Fucking nothing.
Nothing at all, except free speech or whatever. That's, you know, the only thing they can. I try not to say anything
That's going to put me in, you know, the kids facing a year's jail.
kids in the jail just for saying stupid things on a stage.
You don't have to like him. I don't like what he said. Doesn't matter.
But he's allowed to say it. You know, that's the country we had before the laws.
Before the anti-Semitism laws and hate speech, and we've now got a banner and
Slogan law. Banner and slogan law. So now they're in charge of your signs. They don't like this, they don't like that.
they can fucking have you done, mate, because they don't like your banner. They don't like what it says. It's not approved speech. Yeah? So they want to check all your banners, mate, check your slogans.
Slogans, banners, bills, something like that it's called. So the little hats, mate, got done really well for themselves. In a really small amount of time, they got a lot of fucking laws pushed through that take our rights away. Everything that we grew up with is fucking gone. And the children are not going to grow up with any rights. The kids are going to grow up, they can't do this, they can't do that. The little hat is in charge, don't fucking talk this, don't say that. You know what I mean? It's a whole different ball game for the kids that are growing up. You know, you've got children, these are the laws they have to live under. Yeah? These are the laws, mate. Yeah. It's not good. Not good, man. They don't have the rights that we grew up with, or the rights that I grew up with. They just don't have them anymore.
Nah, nothing will help. Nothing will help, man. Nothing at all. It's too late. They're sold out. You know?
And even if you did go back, it'd be the same corrupt fucking politicians.
You have to be like these people to get power. You are not going to get power if you're a Rennick. Okay? That's why Rennick doesn't get up in power. Nobody that disagrees with the paradigm gets up in power. They're called controlled opposition, God bless him. He's not controlled though. He's a good bloke, Rennick. Top bloke. Top bloke. But his hands are tied. There's no questions answered. It's all, you know, I'll take that on. I'll get onto it later. I'll take that on advice. I'll take it on. They never answer any fucking question. It's like, you know, it really is, man. It just reminds me of talking to the Lebanese on TikTok, where you ask them a question, they don't answer it. They throw a question back at you. They never answer a fucking question, okay? Because that's not, they need to be in control of the conversation and the narrative. They need to be in total control of it. And then they need to paint you in a particular way so that the people watching you, you know, you hate this, you hate that, you know, that's when they get you on the report, okay? So you've got to stop them straight away and put them in their thing. You know, I didn't say I hate anybody. Hang on a minute, don't go any further. You've just stated that I hate, and then you continue. I've never said I hate anybody, ever. So don't put fucking words in my mouth that I hate this and then continue with your conversation, because a minute ago you told me we were friends. A minute ago you're calling me brother. And here you are now wanting to fucking put a nail in me coffin. Okay? So you gotta watch out for these ones, man. You really do. They're very, very clever in diversion. Very, very clever in diversion. So it's going to be good in the future. Yeah, I agree. A lot worse. It's not going to get better. It's not.
It is not. And the more time that goes on, the worse it's going to get, because those kids grow up. They all grow up, mate, and they want political power. That is what they want. Whether it takes 5 years, 10 years, it doesn't matter. In the end, they get political power, just like the UK, Europe, Italy. You know, we're just lucky because we can't get flooded. We don't get flooded with illegals coming from there. We don't have that, okay? So we're just lucky because we live on an island. We live on a big fucking island. And it's not easy to get here. Otherwise, we'd get flooded, mate. But otherwise, yeah, they'll just flood us. And they don't care. They don't live the same way. They don't think the same way as you. We already have that here in Australia. We have a small dose of it here in Australia. We really do. You know, every one of our celebrations are cancelled. They're cancelled every year. Every fucking year they're cancelled. You know, they can pretend otherwise, and they do it all the way up to the day before. The day before Christmas, the day before Mother's Day, Father's Day, the day before. And then they cancel it. You know, public safety. That's what they say, public safety. Because they know if they do it, they're going to have a big uproar, and yeah, there's going to be plenty of complaints going into the office. Can you imagine if there's an Easter Bunny man running around Dandenong Market giving away Easter eggs? Could you imagine that nowadays? It'd never happen, right? You know, inside the hall there, they used to set up, or one of the things they used to set up is Santa Claus sits in the chair, the kids come along, take a photo. Oh my God, they would be fucking screaming the place down if you walked in a Santa Claus outfit. They would run from you. They would be afraid of you. They would run. They would literally run. Yeah, they would run. Easter Bunny, forget it. You would find someone that would just grab you and tackle you down, and, you know. That's how they would roll. And they don't care about charges, because once they've done it once, you won't have that celebration ever again. There will never be another Easter Bunny if he gets right. You know, there'll be never another Santa Claus because of the offence. So he's out the door. You know, they're gone. They don't celebrate Mother's Day, Father's Day. They don't celebrate anything. Nothing at all. And you've got to respect their culture. But once they come around, their Ramadan fucking thing comes around, everybody's got to respect their culture and respect. They don't fucking respect ours. You know, we've got to bend the fucking knee. You know, our shit gets taken from us, and they demand respect the whole way along. And if you don't, then they come after you with the sword. Okay, that's when they're 10-handed. They want to come at you. They're 10-handed, screaming their heads off and trying to get you to say something, and then they all report you. They all report you. Okay, the idea is to get your channel taken down. Okay, not just the argument or whatever. So if you are combative with them, they will file abuse or harassment. They will file fucking multiple reports to get you taken down. So you've got to really be diplomatic, because they don't report each other. They yell, scream, they will abuse you, they'll say whatever the fuck they want on their Tic-Tac Live, and they will not be reported, okay, because they all stick together, okay? Whenever you see two Lebanese blokes arguing on TikTok, or any of them arguing, it's all bullshit, okay? It's the whole thing, whatever they're arguing about, because they all stick together. They all stick together, and they will not say anything bad about another one of their thing on there. They won't, even if the guy is built the shit out of fucking rah, they will still battle him over and over and over and protect him. They will stick up for him. They will say it's not his fault, it was the girl's fault. She did something rah to antagonise him. So that that's why he did that. That's their reason for him doing what he did to the girl. That's how they in their head. And then they all give him a pass. There's no accountability amongst themselves. But you, looking like me, are a target. You're a target to them. So they come full stream, calling you everything under the sun. Everything, like the slammer. The way he talks to a person like me compared to the way he talks to one of his own.
Fucking two totally different things. Yeah? Because you're the target. You're the one he wants you to react. Because he can report you. You know, Slammer, the biggest reporter on TikTok. The absolute biggest reporter you could ever come across if you look like me. Okay? He's the worst. Him and that guy in jail, the detention centre. Palo, Huss Warrior. He's the other one. Really bad. Just report. Just the entire time you're in the room. The entire time. It's just non-stop fucking reporting you. On TikTok, Chinese, I don't talk to them anymore, man. I have no interest in looking at them. There's plenty of them battling. I have no interest in talking to them, man. Asian chicks or Chinese chicks or whatever. I have fucking no interest. No interest. None at all. I've seen how they are in reality. I've seen what they're like in real life. And I'm never going to ever fucking go down that path again. Never, ever again. Ever. At least I look up at the other China videos, you know. Fuck, man. These women are pretty horrid, man, on some of these stories. Like the way they've treated the Chinese, man. My godfather. These are pretty nasty, bro. And they ask for their big bride price and shit. And then they don't even marry the guy. They just keep demanding more money. They get a huge thing, $360,000 to marry the guy, and then they demand $10,000 more to get in the car. Then they demand $10,000 more to get out of the car. Then they demand another $10,000 to go up the steps into the building. Like, it's the groom and the family have just had enough. They've had enough. You know. Then you want another $60,000 to fucking marry the guy. Like your price has gone up before you marry him, you want another $60,000. Like the guy just said, 360, 10, 10, 10. Now you want another 60. It's a lot of money, mate, for fucking poo pie. That's a lot of money for the poo-tang pie, bro. Fucking leave that poo-tang pie, it'll go in the freezer. The fucking thing will freeze up, bro. So it won't be any value to fucking... You won't get your 360 later, that's for sure. Oh, God. Well, you'll find that, yeah, that's what I found. And they're just rude. Women got horrible nowadays. All they do is demand too much. And they're very rude. I found them rude, entitled, arrogant. And they read into things where you got no idea how they came to that conclusion. And in Australia, it's very easy to get charged here in Australia. Like if there's a lady walking, if we're on the pathway there on the beach, and there's a lady walking towards me, I tend to move around, give it fucking 5 feet, right? And don't look at it. Don't fucking look at it. Okay? Just fucking keep your head fucking straight. Because if you look at her too long, you could get charged here. She could find you creepy. And, if you follow too close to them, you can also get charged here. You've made her feel uncomfortable. You can also get questioned and you'll get pulled up if she gets a picture of you. And, they can do you so easily in Australia. They really can. I was walking along the path the other week, God's honour, walking along, and I'm just watching my phone, just go for a walk, and, I look up and there's a lady, man, right there, bathing suit, really nice ass, fucking, about, 30, 40, 45, something like that, carrying a whole bunch of stuff, didn't even know, just look up and bang, there's a lady, there's a fucking, So anyway, I stopped myself, stood still, let her walk, because here I am now in the year 2026 and I am walking too close. So then I started walking again, I'm walking faster than her, obviously, and I just had to tell her, miss, I'm walking behind you, I'm going to walk around you now, I'm going to get in front of you now, and she said, yeah, no worries, But that's how they treat you. You have got to have that, you've got to have that conscious thought that, yeah, you've got to be real fucking careful. And those charges will depend on whether she finds you handsome or not. If she likes what she sees, she doesn't mind you walking close or whatever. If she finds you ugly, then you're creepy and horrible and you need to be reported. And that's basically what it is. It comes down to how she feels at the time. A lot of it is based on that. You won't get peace. You won't get peace. There's no peace in your life. I had no peace for 6 years. 6 years of non-peace. Every day confrontational, every day negative energy. Every day you're trying to make up, trying to fucking... And, the more you try, the more they want, the more they demand, the more they're in charge, the more they feel like a boss. They've got to fucking get more. They're not happy. They're not happy. Look on YouTube. Jess Simpson, I think it is. Jess Simpson. He's a big, massive African-American bodybuilder. Massive bloke. Huge man. Watch how his wife treats him. Go and watch it yourself. Go and fucking see how these modern women treat their husbands. And this guy's a multi-millionaire. Handsome, big, strong man. Got fame, got money, beautiful house, home. And he decides to, go on live with his wife. Unfortunately, his wife, has got wandering eyes. Yeah? And then, you look further, man, and you'll see that this guy, his entire manhood. Like, you look at the guy, he looks like fucking Tarzan. But behind the doors, she's in charge. And he likes it. He likes it. And it's just really fucking weird situation. But that is what they will do. Because it didn't... She said guys. So when she's given herself up, she's accidentally said guys. And that's when the husband is twigged, and you can see it in his face just fucking drains. There's guys involved, not guy. So she's been doing the ducking and diving for a little while, bro. She's been fucking, right? You cannot keep him happy. That's my point. You cannot keep him happy. It doesn't matter how rich you are, handsome you are, what fame you got, whatever you got. It don't matter. To them, they look at it, once they've acquired it, they look at it and go, yeah, it's really nice, this is great, but, then they look. And they plan. Mine was a big planner. Oh, fucking plan. Sit in bed, planning. Just plan everything, man, the whole fucking way along. Everything is planned. It's never spontaneous. It's always planned. So don't expect to keep them happy, mate. It's very, very hard to keep them happy. Unless you've got a really good wage. You're never at home. You're only at home a little bit. When you are at home, it's a few days and then you're gone again. That's perfect for them. Perfect for a woman. She prefers that you're not hanging around really. Like, seriously, she doesn't really, need you around other than to pay the bills. So if you can just come home like FAFO, they go away for a couple of weeks and then they come home. Even that's too fucking long because it's 2 weeks. But some blokes only come home for a few days. They only come home for like a week and then they're gone again. They're gone for another 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. That's perfect. She fucking will love that, okay? She's got the entire house, the kids on her own. To her, fucking perfect situation here. Could just entertain him when he comes home, do all the things he wants me to do, fucking, and then send him fucking back out again, right? Those last a long time. Those kind of relationships last a long time. But 80% of the time, man, 80% of the time it's initiated by women, and you've got no chance in the fucking world. You've got none. It doesn't matter how rich you are. It doesn't matter how handsome you are. It doesn't matter if you're a movie star or a fucking rock star. They have divorced every one of them. They've divorced every one of them. They're not good enough. They can find better. They can do better. So they all do it. You know, it's not anything unusual these days. And that's how they get their houses. That's how they get wealth at that age, 40 odd years old. They become wealthy and they've got their own house. And that's how, because they divorce. Most of their wealth is done through divorce, mate. Hey, Zeddy, how are you, man? It's nice to see you, man. I hope you are well and happy. Thank you for being a member on my channel. I always greet you and thank you. And I do thank you for being a member on my channel. So whatever comment you leave highlights to fucking everybody else, because you're the only member in the fucking chat. So happy that you came in. Thank you for your time. Trust me, it's very hard, and when you ignore her, she gets mad. Oh, you are learning. You are learning, my friend. This is just their game. It's just a game they play, bro. That's called the ignore game. That is called the ignore game. Okay? And the ignore game can last for ages. Absolutely ages, until you apologise. Until you apologise and admit she was right, or you do exactly what she wants, then the ignore game will finish. And then as soon as you don't do something again, you will get the ignore game again. And this is how they get power over you. This is how they get power over you. How they get control over you. And the only power and control they have is their gold. Right? You wanna mine the gold. It's good gold, right? This is the best gold you've ever had, right? This is the gold. Buddy, trust me. You put it in a tissue goes into the bin. They don't have fucking power over you no more. They got shit over you. There's nothing that she can demand that'll have any meaning in your life. It's in the fucking bin. Your value, what I want, that's in the bin. That's gone. Okay, you don't want to do what I do? There's the fucking door. You don't like what I like? There's the door. You know why? You're going to spend the rest of your time in a combative relationship. Combative, where they've got to get power over you. And instead of growing and loving and growing and loving, it's combative. So you have to put a fucking thing on it, stop on it. So don't give them any power. Their power is that, right? So, you know, that's basically what they do. So, thank you for Zed. I appreciate you too, man. We don't have a lot of it on. We've got 6 people or something as my members. I'm so happy I got that. My channel doesn't go anywhere, Zed. It stays exactly where it is now. It doesn't go up in membership. It doesn't go down in membership. I get the same people coming into the thing, the same. It doesn't go over 10. It never goes, you know, occasionally it does if I'm out and about or screaming or whatever. I can stay on for a little bit. Yeah. Maybe that's better if it's not. Maybe that's better for her. Yeah, that's just the ignore game, buddy.
You'll find that a lot, okay? It's not fun. Just send her home. If she doesn't live with your mate, send her home. You know, if she lives with your mate or whatever, that's a bit different. Because you're going to have to put up with that ignore game until you apologise. Even if they're in the wrong, you have to apologise. You have to be the one that says, I'm sorry. Okay? Because they don't like that shit, dude. They don't do that. They won't say sorry, man. Don't expect your girlfriend to say sorry. You know, even if she's in the wrong, she won't say sorry. She won't even admit she's done anything wrong, mate. To her, she hasn't done anything. You know, it's your fault. Whatever's going on, mate, it's always going to be your fault. So you got to know these things before you before you get involved in playing the game. You got to fucking know how they roll. And if you don't, then you won't be able to successfully. But anyway, mate, if it's combative at all, just fucking done. Done. You understand? Done. You need to lodge it. You need to lodge you away from it, get away from it, and and you don't need it. You don't need it in your life at all. Combative. It's combative.
They become masculine. Okay? You know, you start out masculine, they start out feminine, right? But as the relationship goes forward, unless you agree with her, she's not going to be happy.
So now, disagreeing with her is a masculine. You know, you're pulling her up, you're holding her to account. You're not being nasty. You're just holding her to her word, holding her to her an account. You know, you're not putting up with lies or whatever it is. You know, you've questioned something. Yeah, they don't like that. They don't like it. You're not allowed to question them. Yeah. You stay well, Zeddy. You stay on your path, bro. You stay on your thing, man. Stay on your game, if you can. Me, I live by the thing here. Walk out the door, there's a beach. It's beautiful, Zed. You're welcome here, man, if you're ever in Melbourne. You know, you want to kick it, man. But I'm far away from Dandenong or Cranbourne. You know, I'm pretty much of a hike. Frankston's a hike. No transport, so it makes it hard for me to go to these friggin'
Job interviews, man. Like fucking an hour's trip, man, on the bus to get to a job interview. And then you find out, you know, you go there, rah, and yeah, you got no chance. They could hire someone half my age. Half my age. You know, half my age to do this job. So,
thanks for the interview, but I never went. I went to it, but I don't think I progressed.
I didn't progress too good. Normal shit, dude.
Masks have been shit. Masks have been terrible. It's been no sales on eBay at all. Just nothing.
You know, once every now and blue moon, that's about it, really. We're in a pretty tough, like everybody, you know, tough thing at the moment. Everybody is. Not just you or me. Everybody. Everybody's finding it really, really tough at the moment. They are nailing us to the wall. They're absolutely killing us as normal people. You know, our wage that we live on has not increased. We do not get a pay rise, but everything around us has risen so much that, you know, you can't even afford to do the things you were doing normally before COVID. You were doing these things normally. Now these things are impossible. They are there's something you do when, you know, it's a treat. You know, it's a treat. You know, you're just buying what you need to survive when you go to the supermarket. You can't just go in there and go shopping and, you know, you grab this. No, you have got to watch everything. Everything. The supermarket companies are working on maximum profit. Maximum. They're pushing it to the edge, man. They're working on maximum. You know, these products are sold for half of what they are. Yeah? And they'd still be earning money. But it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough profit. Instead, last year, those two companies, $4.8 billion profit. The Coles and Woolies. $4.8 billion profit. Okay? That's a fucking lot of groceries. That's a shit ton of merchandise. Okay? That's a lot. Right? Huge. So these people, all of them are working the same way. Electricity, gas. You know, turn it over, it's connection fees $120, the bill's usage is $60, a $180 bill. And I look around and I haven't got a fucking light bulb on. I got the fridges on and I charge my phone. That's it. I swear I don't even put the TV on. Remember the old days, you'd have the TV going on in the background, you're just talking to your friend on the phone, you got your TV going. You can't even afford to do that now. And you've got to walk around and turn everything off at the switch. Everything's got to be turned off at the switch. You know? And that still won't save you any money. That still won't save you any money, because if you start doing that, then they put the supply charge up. My supply charge went from $80-something, and then it's gone up to $112, $113 now. Supply charge. Because my usage is $60. It's fucking right down. But supply charge up. So I was talking to a mate, and he said, that's because you're not using as much. He said, so, to get their profit, they put the supply charge up. He says, they can do that. They can charge whatever supply charge they want. They can charge. There's no control over that. So that's why but he said, I'm the same. He said, on mine, he said, it's the same. He said, if I use less, they charge me more supply charge. Because they want their maximum fucking profit, bro. So now I'm in debt. I'm in debt to these companies, man. There's nothing I can fucking do about it. Like, I use fucking nothing. I pay $85 every 2 weeks, and I owe them fucking money. It's... I just shake my head. So I don't know how it is at your house, I don't know how it is at yours. Even with your panels and all of that, I've heard that unless you've got a battery, you don't save any money with them either. You don't save any money with them either. They don't do shit. They're just a fucking panel on your roof. I've had other people tell me they've got a battery and, they can use the battery when it goes dark and stuff, so they get usage of their electricity. But otherwise, they don't. You used to be able to have it on the background and you'd be able to talk to your friend and the TV going on. You can't afford to do shit. You can't afford to do anything. You can't afford to put the fucking air conditioner on. You live in Queensland. You can't afford to put the fucking air conditioner on. Like that, it's fucking expensive, bro. And then if you do, you got to make sure all the doors are sealed, the fucking windows are sealed, fucking, because it's going to cost you heaps. It's going to cost you. That's how they want us to live. They want us to live that way. Don't you understand? We are fucking plebs. We are plebs and slaves on an open plantation. Corrupted, controlled, and that's who's in charge. These fucking maniacs. These people that have no problem, with what's going on over in another country, but and they will welcome that person here. Red carpet. There's a fucking arrest warrant. International fucking thing. Doesn't matter. He's a fucking legend, mate, this guy. Get him in, get the red carpet, get the fucking blue coats both sides of the street, get it all fenced off, because we need to make him feel comfortable and safe. And the only thing that makes these people feel safe is iron gates and fucking fencing and coppers and guns and fucking, they need plenty of protection. Oh, fucking, they love a bit of protection, They might hear something, see something they don't like. They're just really offended. They get very easily offended. And you need new laws. You need laws to govern the Goyim. Govern the Goyim. That's all it is, bro. Govern the Goyim. Make sure those Goyim don't get out of line, And if they get out of line, make sure you get in there and give them a fucking blue coat, right? So that's what you get, bro. You get a fucking knock on the door, they come and arrest you, and you end up in jail. You end up in jail because you said the wrong thing wrong. You said the wrong thing. You got a fucking thing on your Facebook they don't like. You've said something they don't like, or we're offended, fucking bang. It doesn't even take a fucking normal cunt to phone them up. Some fucking guy in a fucking hat's going to be sitting there with a suit, the tie on, fucking in some boardroom meeting. You just get shown a video, that's all it takes. He's not fucking happy, okay? Come after you. If they find out where you work and you work for the fucking right, they get rid of your job. They fucking take your internet down. They fucking take your site down, your fucking thing down. They fucking take your shit down. Fucking, you naughty boy. You naughty boy. Okay, you fucking said the wrong words, But some guy's fucking doing jail right now. He's doing 12 months. He's doing 12 months. He made a speech on that Australia Day, and they didn't like it, And because we have the new laws, he's doing jail. He's doing 12 months. And he's a 23-year-old standing there with an Australian flag in his hand. And, he's there because the lobby group have complained, and the lobby group complained. It doesn't take a citizen, just the lobby group goes in and complains. And that's it, you're gone. It doesn't have to be a citizen, bro. You didn't have to offend anybody directly or whatever. You could have just said the normal things that were said a month earlier, wouldn't have done anything. You wouldn't have been in any trouble at all.
But now we've got the new laws in, they need protecting and fucking all, you know. Now you'll do 12 months. You'll do 12 months, bro. Very scary. Not Australia that I know of. It's not Australia that I grew up with. I don't know this Australia anymore. I don't know it. I really don't. I don't know it anymore. I don't know. I don't recognise it. The country that I grew up in. It's disappeared, gone. It's gone with the signing of a pen, mate. It's gone with the signing of that document. And, as far as I'm concerned, all the government are traitors. Anybody that signed the anti-Semitism bill, they're all traitors. They are traitors to the Australian people, traitors to the soldiers, traitors to the diggers. They're traitors to the people. They are traitors. Every single one of them. They are traitors. They're traitors if they put a little hat on and they go for a holiday and they kiss the wall, break the bread and all that, and then they come back. That's a traitor. It's traitorous. It is traitorous for you to go there and pledge your allegiance to another country and then come back and pretend that you're whatever you are. But in reality, we know what you are. And as soon as you take dual citizenship, you lose your office. If I had any power, man, the minute you take dual citizenship, you lose your fucking MP. You lose it. We need MPs that are Australian. MPs that stick up for Australia, think about Australia, Australian people and Australian what they need. We don't need a person in office that's got power that has allegiance to another place. They signed allegiance, man. They pledged the allegiance. So why would we want them in the country? It just doesn't make sense. They want to get power here, and they're in the gov there, and they're telling people how we're this, we're that. It's not white. This not. Get the fuck out of here. Just get out of here. We can see what you are. We know what you are. We know what law that you would prefer that everybody lived under. It's quite obvious. You tell us what it is. You're happy for us to go over there and bring in ISIS brides, and you think it's part of the right of them. Get the fuck out of here. You got power. You think that we're going to elect anybody else that's fucking like this? You're going to need an entire fucking generation of people over here voting for you now. We see through your blackness, your cloud, your mask. So the Greens Party, they're off the list. They are the ones that support this person. They're part of the Greens Party. So they call for Muslim. They're after that. They don't care about Australia. They care about what's happening to other people like themselves, the other ideology. And it kind of sickened me, mate. This woman gets on the camera and she wants us to bring them over because they're part of the, Australia. What the fuck? It comes out with this speech. And the whole time, all of these women will be welfare dependent their entire life. They will be Centrelink. They will be single mother payment of 4 or 5 kids each. And that's what you want us to bring into the country. Of absolutely no value at all. And the good chance that you are going to go into one of these little buildings that you have, and then you'll start telling them exactly your experience and how great it is and how you served, and your guy died, as a thing, as a hero. You'll get the whole story. The woman will be like a fucking legend, yeah? She'll probably get applauded, mate, when she goes into the building, into the mosque. She'll be applauded. So, and then all the kids will come into the mosque, and you're trying to tell me that they're going to be Australia first, are you? They will never be Australia first. All it'll take is one sheikh. All it'll take is one sheikh to reenact all of that thing in their brain, to redo it all again. You could spend years and years and years, and it's all sweet, and you meet the one fucking thing that triggers those certain things that they've got in their brain, and they're back to where they were full this time, So, I don't know, would you take that chance? Would you take that chance, man, if even just one of them did that? We should bring all of these people in. If only one of them does that, is it worth it? And I say it isn't. I say it isn't. I say it isn't. You know? Anyway. Da-da-da. I pay more than that for this little place. You're up for $1,000 a month. I pay considerably more than you do to have this little place. So I have even less left over. You know, 80-90% of mine goes straight to my rent. 80-90%. And then $5 for the electricity because they're sending me letters. They're fucking sending me letters. They're not happy. It's a fucking. I'm in darkness. I don't use fucking anything. You know, at night time I put the stove light on. But I don't even watch TV. But it's astronomical. You know, my electricity, astronomical. Well, the usage isn't. It's $70 usage. The supply charge really bumps it right up. The supply charge. So there's nothing I can do about it. If they want to fucking complain, turn the fucking thing off, man. I'm getting, sick of it. I don't even fucking. I told the lady I don't even use your electricity. I live in a one-bedroom apartment. I've got the fridge turned on. I don't have anything else turned on. She said, "Yeah, I can see that your usage is really down." I said, "Yeah, but your supply charge is really up." I said, "I'm getting into debt because of your supply charge." Okay? Most of the bill is a supply charge. It's not the bill. And she said, "Yes, I can see that." She said, "But that's what the charge is. That's what, they carry on, right?" So I said, "Well, that's where we're at." I said, I think they let me go because it's the actual supply you're paying for. You've got that covered. They just haven't got their supply charge covered, their profit. So I think they're happy to run a bill up for you because they're looking at it going, well, that's our profit margin right there. He's covering the supply charge and a little bit of what we want, but it's not all of what we want. So we're slowly getting into debt with these fucking companies, man. Just slowly over time. Same with the gas. Gas is the same, even worse. I'm up to even more than what I am with this one. I'm in trouble with. It's the same company. You get a supply charge, then you get a charge, right? They're double whacking you. They're double whacking me. So both bills have got a supply charge, the whole thing, right? Fuck, you don't use shit, dude. I don't even cook. I don't even have enough money to buy food to fucking cook, right? That's a fucking rah-rah, so I don't cook shit. And then I have a shower once a day. What else is there am I using gas on? What the fuck else? It's a very expensive shower. Very, very expensive shower. And very expensive to cook a fucking meal for 10 minutes. Like you use 10 minutes of gas. You don't sit there, it's not on all night. I think I roasted a meal once, roast chicken, but it's never really turned on. It's once every, because I live alone, man. I live alone. Like, fuck. So I'm in debt to these people, dude. It sucks. But, I pay my bills, dude. My bill's paid. It's it's, every 2 weeks, as soon as you get paid, they're fucking there, bro. I got it set up that way, so I don't have to, it's not on the off week. So my thing gets whacked straight away. As soon as it gets put in, the rent is taken out. So $7.20 every 2 weeks, $7.20. Yeah, $7.20. So $14.40 a month is mine, where I am. Oh, that's a good idea, bed set. That's a good idea. I grew up in a caravan. But it's I don't know, man. Unless you got it, just be happy. If you're happy, you're happy. I wasn't comfortable. I was living in a really small little fucking car. It was so uncomfortable. I couldn't even sleep at night. You sleep in that position, you know, the fucking legs, you know, across the front of the car, over the gear stick. Fuck. You know, both the things down, both the seats down, both the seats up, try to fucking get a better angle, just lower it down a little bit on this side. Okay, I can curl around. That's the only way I could get to sleep, man. I was in there for a little bit. Um, that was uncomfortable, driving around every night, trying to find somewhere to live, trying to find somewhere to sleep. You know, so I'm not bothering anybody, and then I don't get a knock on the window at fucking 3 in the morning. And I don't have cops coming through the fucking, I don't want any problems, yeah? So, that was a hard thing every day, trying to find somewhere, because you can't go to the same place every night, because you get noticed. It wasn't fun. Didn't have anything comfortable. I wasn't comfortable at all. So I'm glad I got out of that spot that I was in. It was a very small car. It wasn't comfortable at all. Hey, that's what happened. That's what you go through, man. It is very expensive to find your own little place, mate, or to rent a room, to find somewhere to live. It is very, very expensive here. This is not a place you can live now, just on a normal, you know, going to work wage. You would be killing yourself every week, and you would have nothing to show at the end of the week. Because you got to remember, man, when you got a job, you work and you got cash, right? So you'll go out to the supermarket and you will buy the $14 steak, you will buy the fucking expensive this and expensive that, you will get all the snacks that you want and all of that kind of thing. You know, you'll pay your rent, you'll pay your fucking bills, you know, maybe you've got a car payment or a credit card payment, and there is your wage. There's your wage, right there, gone. It's gone. Your whole $1,000, whatever you had for that week, is gone. Petrol for your car to get to work. Food, you know, for during the week, for lunch, stuff like that. You haven't even bought any of that yet. You haven't bought any of that yet. And you haven't gone anywhere, you haven't done anything. You haven't gone out to anywhere, you haven't bought anything. You haven't gone to a restaurant. You haven't eaten out. You haven't gone out anywhere. You know, you've got that limited, you know, you pay $360, $400 a week. After that, you've got to buy your food, so you'll spend a couple $100 on your food. After that, you've got some kind of a car payment or something. I'm just putting these things, right? Credit card, whatever. School fees, credit card fees, school uniforms, books. All of that comes out of that particular lump. By the time you've done that, you'd be lucky to have $100 left over. You'd be lucky. And that's full-time. Full-time thing. It's not like, you know, it's not like when I was growing up, bro. $500 bought a lot. $500 bought a lot. We used to call that a monkey a week. If you can't live on a monkey a week, there's something wrong. We used to be able to live on $500 a week. Our rent, everything, food, and you'd still have enough money to have lunch every day and go out for when you're at work. You'd be able to go in and pop in and have a spaghetti fettuccine, you know, thing, pizza place. You'd sit down and have a spaghetti. Doesn't bother you. You were, you know, you had it covered, and that was $500 a week. Now $1,100, $1,200, $1,500 a week will coast you through. But the minute that you get a partner, her expenses go up, her demands go up. If you've got more funds coming in, suddenly she'll need a bag, and she needs a purse, and she needs makeup, and she needs her hair done and her nails done. You're going to be paying for all of that. You see a nice jacket, nice pair of pants, you'll be paying for those because you've got more funds coming in. But none of it is going to be kept. None of it will be, you know, they don't live on a budget. The more that you've got, the more that you will spend. And the more that it will take you to maintain that life that you have. It doesn't become less and cheaper. It becomes more expensive because you need to maintain what you have. You know, instead of living in a nice little apartment, you got a good funds coming in, you'll move to a fucking 2-bedroom apartment in the city or some shit. you'll be paying more. Shit, dude, I think it's $250 for a room here in Melbourne. Just to rent a room in someone's house. No lock on the door. Sometimes they don't even have a lock on the door, man. And you go to work, come home, and your shit's fucking missing, man. And your housemate will just go, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. No idea. Just deny everything. Don't know what you're talking about and go back to their game. Just ignore you. I don't know. Don't ask me, I don't know. But your shit's missing. So, these are the people that you find out there to live with. But they're expensive, man. $250 a week. $250 a week, dude, and that landlord will be knocking on your door fucking 8:30 in the morning on rent day. He'll be knocking on your door asking for rent. Yep. Knocking on your door. So I feel very, very lucky here. I've never had any communication. I pay my rent and I never hear from anything or anybody. Nothing at all. He doesn't have to do anything here. There's no repairs or whatever. I've had no reason to call my landlord at all. So I'm a pretty good tenant. I just pay my rent. Bro. If it's straight away in the morning, as soon as I get up. Because as soon as it goes in, man, I pay it. As soon as it goes in, it's paid. It's getting to a point where you can't survive. That's the way they want, Mr. Cookie. They want it so you're just fucking surviving, man. You're trying to desperately think, how am I going to get $10 together for fucking rah-rah. That's how they want us. Okay? They don't want you thinking about anything else that's going on in the world other than trying to survive. Okay? That's it. That's all they want you thinking about. You're nothing to them but a fucking slave, the same as we are over here. We are all plebs, mate. All of us are plebs. And our only thing is to keep quiet, watch football, drink beer, and work like a fucking... pay plenty of tax. Okay? Pay as much tax as you can. And the rest of the time, be quiet. You've got enough problem over there already, though, man. You've got such a big problem over there, you've got no idea. Forget about your fucking living costs, mate. You've got a whole different fucking big problem going on over there. You really do. And you're going to end up like Italy, Europe. There's not going to be any difference between you and them. None at all, mate. Most of them wake up to the morning prayers. So it won't be long before you're the same. You'll be waking up to that. They'll flood whatever town you see is really, really nice and they find out about it. Yeah, they'll flood that shit, dude. Every single inn, every single place they can stay will be booked out by the government. And it will be flooded. Flooded. Walk around the park. Go for a walk in the park, right? Wait till these cunts arrive, man. Because the park is where they live. Any neighbourhood park. They just fucking hang out at the park. That's all they do all day. And they're government funded. It's scary what's happening over there, man. I had a grandmother. She owned a pub in England. I remember her when I was young. My mum's mum. And I remember going there and having breakfast, 80p, fucking baked beans and sausages and eggs and toast. I just remember that. It's a really fond memory I have. A really fond memory. And the cinema. I remember going to the cinema there, watch fucking some movie. And the whole cinema itself, the whole building. I was only a kid, but fuck. All the architecture. Amazing. I remember that when I was a kid. But they've got a big muzzy problem over there, man. There's a huge, big muzzy problem, bro. Okay? It's just, and you'll never be able to control it now. That's it. It's finished. It's finished, bro. If I were you, I'd try and, move out to the fucking right out if you can. Right the fuck out, right? Okay? Because they're coming after the countryside now. I had read a thing in your UK, some newspaper, and the countryside is too white. It's too white. Okay, we've got too many white farmers, too many white people out there. We need more brown people out there. So we're going to start sending some immigrants out there that live there. You know, we need more diversity and culture in the countryside. That's what they said, I swear to God. Yep, it's too white. Imagine you make a statement like that about them, but they're allowed to say that about us. There's too many white people in the country, in England. Too many. We need to diversify. We need to get them in caravan, van. I don't know, something like that. Little solar panel. That would be a nice little thing, though, man. I like those little bedside. I like those caravans. Like they're not a caravan, but they are. You know, they unfold and shit. They're really tiny. They're cool as fuck. Or if you can get an actual like a camper van. Did you say camper van? Or a little van? So I don't know. Yeah, like they've got those actual where there's a whole bed out there and fucking cupboards and a little kitchen. That shit's fucking cool, man. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool, dude. You know, or a motorhome. But now they're going to come down on you, all the councils. All the councils will come down on you for camping. And they're going to start fining you big time. They're going to start fining all the camping people. And at the other places, mate, they'll just put up steel bollards. They'll put up steel bollards along wherever you normally camp. And they'll just run some steel. So it blocks you from parking there. Well, they're going to come along at 3 in the morning and start charging people. Yeah. That's what I heard over there, man. They're coming right down on camping people. Mate, that's an upgrade. You know, I can take you for a walk, which I won't. But down on the trail here, mate, by the train, there are people living in tents. There are people living in tents. In Cranbourne, there are people living outside of the bank. They're just living outside of the bank. They've got blankets, mattresses. They just lay there. That's where they live. Just, what? And we've got numerous. Over here in the back over there, there's 3 tents that I've seen. I've never put them on live or, you know, I would never do that. But yeah, you know, people are getting highly stressed, mate. And I don't know how they're, you know, like they get a Centrelink. Hopefully they get their Centrelink because that's the only way they'd be able to help is to get a Ceno. But if you go to Centrelink and you tell they're called transient, you'll find it hard to get the Ceno. You know, you need a post office box, or I don't even think that'll work. They need a home, like they want to think, you know. And you can try and explain, I live in a tent, right? They just do not. You can see it in their eyes. They just don't. You know, they don't understand. They don't understand. Try explaining to you live in a car. Fucking hell. Fuck, mate. Yeah, you got to do a lot. You got to do a fair bit of explaining, but hopefully you get your snow, man, and you can save a bit of paper. You can save some cash around you. I call it a safety net. You know, you can go down and you get something to eat, mate. You know, you can get something to drink. You can go to the supermarket. You can get your snacks and you can get something to eat. And if you want something good, you can afford your $15 to go in there and get a nice meal. You know, hopefully you get some kind of a cooker, some kind of a gas cooker situation going on, and you're able to cook for yourself. You know, even if it's sausages and fucking bread, mate, it's better than spending $15 on half a chicken and chips. You know, because that's the other thing, that your takeaway becomes very expensive over time. You're spending a lot of money on takeaway, and that's not good. No, that's not good. Every time you turn around, it's $15, most of it. Something, did you? Have you been on the ticky at all, mate? Zeddy? Sorry, man. My apologies. I have, Zeddy. Yeah, that's on my channel. You can see me messing around a little bit. I'm trying to keep myself above water, Zed. And, you know, we both know there's not a lot going on here, Zed. You know, it's not a lot. It's every now and again I get a couple of bucks. You know, I'm very thankful, but it's nothing that you can, right? At least over there, mate. You know, I can spend hours and hours and hours, and you know, at least I get a little bit of a tickle here and there. You know, you've been kind to me today, viewer. I've got a couple of things up here, as you can see. I don't know if you can see it on your side, but you know, but you don't get that until it goes over 100. It doesn't clock in with YouTube. You got to get it over $100, and then not in one thing, but you know, adding up, adding up every stream or whatever. So I could sit there for months, literally months and months and months. You know, 3-4 months for it to get to that range. It's okay, boys. We've got 60 something bucks in there now. So add this one to the 60. We're getting up there closely. It won't take me months and months and months, hopefully. Other than that, yeah, I've been on the chicky, yeah. I like abusing him, Zeddy. I fucking love it. I love abusing him. I put a mask on. Fuck all of you, right? Put a mask on. And just fucking goose them all, mate. Just goose every one of them. And, you know, they don't like a lot of my videos, the Muslims. They don't like the Lebanese on there, the streamers. Yeah, they don't like my videos, Ed. Like, you know, that's on my channel and shit. So I fucking hang out. I hang it on them. They fucking hate me. None of them want to come in. They don't, you know, they're full of threats and full of piss and vinegar. But, you know, yeah, we've got that ace card there, Zed. Because right now Lebanon's being invaded. It's been invaded, okay? It's been taken over, and you know you've got farmers that have being you know the G word over there in Lebanon. You've got in another fucking country. So you know they've poisoned your land, they've killed your farms off, they've taken over land. You know, like you're a Lebanese streamer, big time. You know, Palo warrior, fucking Palo. You know, all of these people are Palestinian, this, that, and the other. Okay, well, fucking now your own country's being invaded. So what the fuck are you going to do about it? Are you going to go on the street? Are we going to protest now? Are you going to go and grab a Lebanese flag and head out into the city, start fucking screaming about it? I bet you don't. You know what I mean? So I've been having a bit of fun over there. They've lost their power, dude. Their dawa is weak. Their dawa is weak, Zeddy. Their dawa is weak. All they have is the sword. That's it. As soon as you say something, whatever they don't like, or they can't combat it, you know, in verbal, then they come down to the threats. They just threaten. That's all they do. They threaten. I'm going to call the boys. We're going to get you. Rah, rah, rah. We know where you live. You know, they want to know where you live. They want other boys, make a party, make a phone call. You know, rah, 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 rah. Then they want that guy to come around and sort you out. It's like fucking ridiculous. It's like dealing with high school people. But that's exactly what they do. You know, they need to threaten you to quieten you down. So it's fun. Nothing better to do. And maybe I'll sell a mask. Maybe I'll sell them. I don't know. I don't think so. It's all fuck one, Zed. This is what really pissed Lord Dobby off. I'd put a mask on and I would last mere minutes. Minutes. And I'm banned. If I sat back like that and I got the mask in the background, I would get banned. Asking, finally get out of her that, you know, they're all offended. Everybody's offended. They call it dejin and they're not happy, and we're getting a lot of complaints, and it would just be easier if you don't wear them, if you don't have them on display, you know, don't put them on when you're wearing them. So, you know, those bastards, mate, they went and reported my masks and tried to have my whole thing taken down, my channel. 3 months. 3 months the fucking Lebos had my channel banned. 3 months. Yep. Each and every video was reported. Every single video on my channel was reported. So they take you down and they do a thing on each video. They do an examination on each video. And there's nothing. So then it takes that amount of time to get your channel back. I got my channel back. All the videos are there. You know, because the videos are live highlights. They're direct from TikTok. I did not create them. TikTok have created the highlight and shown it to me, and I've pushed load up, right? Put it on the site, right? But they created it. It's got their little logo in it. So they're not going to fucking ban their own video. right? It just takes a bit of time to go through it all. So I don't know I'm nothing. I don't know I'm any, as far as they're concerned, I would be better off to be banned. Need to get him banned. So, and they come in yelling and screaming at me the other day. And, come in yelling and screaming into one of my lives. So I don't like that. They just throw a question back at you. They never answer. They've got a particular storyline. They've got a particular model that they need to. They need to ask you these particular questions to set you up. Yeah. And that's what they want you to do. They want you to answer a particular way and only let them talk. You're not allowed to talk, and only answer their questions. They don't answer a question, and that's their setup. And then they report. They file. And then they record you. They record 10 or 20 seconds of whatever you've said, and then they send that in to try and have your channel taken down. That's what they do. Yeah, man, everything. Yeah, Dwayne, yeah. Everything. Whatever. Not everything, but every stream. That's why I'm toned down over there if you ever see me on live. I'm like I am now. Like completely toned down. No yelling, no raising your thing. Because it's all algorithm, the same as here, but more delicate over there. So facial expressions, tone of voice, all of that. You know. I don't know if I'll last long now. I've made some enemies, but right now they're at Ramadan. Everyone's in Ramadan, so they're not online a whole lot until it all ends and they've done their thing and they come on and celebrate it all and tell everybody how great it was and all that kind of stuff. That just annoys me. It annoys me because my holidays are closed, man. My holidays are fucking cancelled. Whatever celebration that I would normally celebrate has been cancelled. And you don't like anything that I have. You don't like it at all. In fact, you will come online on Christmas Day. You'll come online on fucking the Soldiers' Day. And you will put them down. You'll run them down in your lives. You'll tell us how much of an idiot we are for having Christmas, or what do they call us, a pagan or whatever, because we have Christmas and they're stupid, and who would celebrate a guy, rah rah, and then they carry on about our Lord. They're allowed to run us down as much as they can. They don't care because they're all together. There's no one that disagrees there, buddy. They're all fucking agreeing. And I call them all wolves in sheep clothing, man. All of them are wolves in sheep clothing. We're all pretty happy. But the laws implied, we absolutely would. Okay? If we could just have these laws, we'd be happy. And that's the thing you'll get them on, Dwayne. What law would you prefer? Australian law or Sharia law? Simple question. But watch the answer you get. Watch the fucking diatribe and all the fucking storyline and all the fucking bullshit that you get. They don't answer you. They don't answer you. They'll tell you, oh, we live by the country that we live in, we obey their laws, rah, 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 rah. That wasn't their question. I didn't ask that. I asked, would you prefer? Would you prefer? What do you prefer? Do you prefer the Sharia or do you prefer Australian law? And they have to say Sharia. They can't deny it. They have to say it. You have to get it out of them. You have to get it out of them saying to you. And now they've just given themselves up. You've just given, you're nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. You're a pretender. And everything you say is pretend and lies in order to further what you want, to prefer your ideology. It's all to get it more popular, acceptable. And then they deny all the Aisha. They deny all of that. Just plain and out deny it. It doesn't happen now. That was in ancient times, and it doesn't do now. And rah rah rah. You fucking seen my channel, mate? Have you looked at my channel? What the fuck do you see? Does that look like it's ancient times to you? Or does it look like it was, a couple of months ago? A couple of years ago?
because there's videos on my channel that show, CHILD marriage.
Full-on marriage. This is acceptable to them, okay? This is, you go and watch it, it makes you feel ill. It makes you feel fucking sick. Look at this guy's look on his face, mate. Look at this guy, look at the way he looks at this tiny fucking 10-year-old. Look at him. This is the reality of what they are. This is the reality. This is what they would choose. So no, man, I don't follow it or anything. I don't fucking like it. Hopefully, have a little bit of a. I pick up a couple of gifts here and there, mate, which are handy. They buy me a fucking chocolate milk every now and again, which is, fantastic. And I have followers on TikTok in a short amount of time than I have had with social media. Never thought I'd see the day, mate, to be honest. Awful glad he's going to give it a bit of a break. Hopefully he sticks to his word and has a break. That's one kid that needs to go on a path, other than this path, mate, because
This path will make you sleep underneath a bush.
Yep. And they'll gladly tune in.
They will gladly tune in as you wake up out of the bushes and fucking get up and
turn your phone on, and they can tell that you've just woken up. You were sleeping in the fucking bushes all night, and you tell them you were that. You tell them I was just sleeping in the bushes. I didn't have anywhere to stay. And he admits it. He says, I just walk along. He says, I get tired, and this is where I sleep. So, I don't blame the kid, man.
I don't blame you, man. Like
that's what that lifestyle will do to you. You want to be one of these creators or whatever, and here, and you have got no fucking chance in the world.
You will be living in a tent somewhere, and they'll be tuning in. They'll have a really good laugh.
That's about it. That's about it, man. They'll laugh at you. They'll watch everything and they'll laugh. I mean, remember, man, even back on those days, all those days when I was living in the garage and I had nothing to eat, nothing to drink. I was locked out of the house. There was only one person watching me that ever fed me. One.
All those people in the chat.
They would gladly watch you disintegrate. Happy. There was only ever one person that knew that. They all knew I hadn't had anything to eat, and there was only ever one person that ever called up to get a meal. Only one.
Don't know who it is. Very kind. I've got no idea.
But every night they would, and hopefully I'm there at the door, at the garage, so that it doesn't get knocked on the door. If it goes to the front of the house and gets knocked on the door, I'll never get the meal, because she'll just put it on the table.
She's not going to tell you anything.
She will just put it on the table. She doesn't give a fuck, okay? She doesn't care that you haven't eaten. She'll just leave it on the table, and in the morning she'll unlock the door at 8 o'clock and you can get your food, okay? So it's been there for fucking 8 hours, 10 hours or whatever, sitting on the counter. That's what they're happy to do that, because they're just such a great person, They really loved you, Yeah. Now is not the time, Blake.
Whatever, I can't see. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No. No.
No, it's not, mate. You'll never get them back. You'll never be able to buy them for that price again. You'll never get it back. No, no. I've been really, really on the edge of it, if I'd be honest with you. I don't like being totally skint. But once you've let it go, that's it. You'll never. And so you start investigating where, all this kind of thing. And, these guys are going to pay you exactly what's on comics. Okay, they're not going to pay you a dime over. Okay, they're going to pay you what's on comics. Okay, so you go to comics, you look up the price, The fucking thing's been slaughtered, mate.
It's been totally slaughtered. We're down to 75 something, $76 American. So $108 Australian, $108 an ounce. Okay,
That's what their comics price is. So when you go and buy something, that's the price they take. Okay. So it doesn't matter what you got. It doesn't matter what coin or whatever bar. Doesn't matter. That's the price because that's the comics price. Okay, hear me. So then you go on to Shanghai. Go on to the Shanghai exchange, and they're at 130, 120, 125. You can't get it. It's not available. You'll never see it. It's never in your country. It's 75. Over there, it's 120 US. Okay. So you think to yourself, okay, it's a good time, right? You go and have a look at ABC bullion before you go jumping. ABC bullion, Perth Mint. Look up the Australian bullion people here in Australia. I think that's both of them. Go to the site, punch up silver, go to coins, and look yourself. There is nothing there. Nothing. No bar, no coin, unavailable. Unavailable. The price, 170. 170 for 1 ounce. 170 from Perth Mint, ABC Mint, 170. So, you've got the comics that they will buy it off, 70 fucking, they'll offer you $80. Okay? But fucking seriously, bro. They'll offer you exactly the same as that's how they get your metal out of you. That's how they get for the really basic small fucking price, bro. And they themselves, end up with this is what I'm saying here. Go on eBay, have a look on eBay, look up 1 ounce, 1 ounce silver eagle. How much is it? You don't have to believe me. Go and do it yourself. Yeah, and you'll see why. You'll see why. Okay, if you can sit back and think about what I'm telling you, go and have a look. You can confirm it all yourself. It doesn't seem logical to be plundering what the fuck you've got, which is what you're doing. You'll be plundering it. You got to take it over there. You got to do that. You got a mate over here. He's offering you. You got a mate. He's offering you. Bang. I'll take. Right? And that's still not going to be offered enough. Okay, because they want to buy it at a price, right? But you have a look at what you got, and it's not the same round. It's not the same bar. It's not, you know what I mean? They're all worth different things, man. You look up the koala, look up this one, look up that one. Yeah, well, it's not worth fucking 70, is it? It's worth fucking, you know what I mean? So you'd be plundering your shit. You'd be plundering it. And you'll never get it. It doesn't matter if it goes down to $30, man. You'll never buy it for that. You'll never fucking get it. You understand that? Go on these sites. Have a look yourself what the fuck you need, what it takes to replace what you've plundered. And you'll realise, fuck, hang on a minute, I've just lost fucking, they've done pretty good. I've walked out with a little bit of paper. Okay, now I can go and pay some bills, get something to eat, and I'm broke again. The same fucking day I'm broke. So I don't know, man. It makes it hard. That's why I'm trying to hope I sell a mask. I'm trying to hope that I sell a mask, okay? At least it keeps me a little bit above board. And if I can come here and I get a little bit here and a little bit there, TikTok, a little bit there, over here, direct my PayPal. Lord Dobby King at gmail.com is my PayPal, and that's the only way that I'm able to actually access it, is through PayPal. That's the only way. This is getting a bit warm. My phone is getting a bit warm. It doesn't like to be on live stream and be plugged in. I've got it plugged into the little box.
Those 50-cent pieces, the round ones, man, they've doubled in price. You remember we went there and it was like $25? Remember, I offered them to the stream and told you, I think $30, and they were even $25. That's what you got to find. Someone that wants to buy them off you, you know. And the only other, where? You take him down to the coin shop or whatever, it's Comex. He just got Comex price, that's it. Shop around the corner, the little shop, the other second-hand shop, and I just put one coin down and said, how much, you know, what's your offer? I was offered $23, Silver Eagle. $23, that's what I was offered, mate. Okay, I swear. So, these people either don't know what they're looking at, or I said to him, how did you get to that price? And he said it was the scrap silver price. He said, that's what we pay, scrap silver price. And I said, but it's a, you know, Silver Eagle, rah, rah, rah. No, that's the price we pay. So right now today, scrap silver, $22 an ounce for scrap silver. And he said, I said, you got to be kidding me. So, I don't know who these people fucking think they normally, I don't know who they normally talk to, I really don't. But they must be some real schmucks, right, to get in there. But I just grabbed my coin and left. So they're not offering anything, man. They're trying to get it for fucking jack. And then in their cabinet themselves, if you go out and your friend to call up in the same shop, and you ask them, you know, have you got any Silver Eagle, any silver coin, or metal or bars? And you know, his Eagle is based on his year. You know, this year is 20, 150, and 170 for the 3 ounces that he had. So he's not cheap. You know, and I don't know why he would even let me walk out the door. Like, seriously, if that's what you're doing behind the doors, right, that's what it is. Why in the fuck are you trying to skim me fucking when you've actually got it walking in the door? Unless there's a lot of it. He's only got 3 coins. So he hasn't got a whole stack fucking roll of coins or whatever. It's not like he's getting flooded with fucking metal, right? And it just felt really weird. Why in the fuck wouldn't you just offer me a good price considering that there is just nothing around? Like, have you seen the lineups outside the Perth Mint in Perth? Like the actual shop? It goes for around the block. The entire block is in a line. It's a massive, massive line. On one side is the silver side, and on one side is the gold side. Okay? And it's just chockers. Chockers for people trying to get something. It's chockers, man. It's fucking, and there's nothing in there, and you're paying the super premium. You are paying premium, bro. You're not paying the fucking price that's on comics. You know, they're allowed to create their own price. Cards are good, but they're only good to other people that do cards. Cards are great, you know. They're like Pokemon. Wouldn't you have liked to have gone into that? I don't know whether she's thrown them away or not, but I had an entire box of all the first edition of these cards. I think they're Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've got them all the like first editions, all the shinies, all the characters. There's an entire box there, like a whole little box full of them, and I always wondered what they're worth now, because, you know, I always wondered what they're worth now. All those kind of things, man, you know, they're materialistic stuff. They're not really going to be needed or wanted in the future. You know, they're the same as how I feel. They're just like printed bits of fucking cardboard, really. But hey, people love them. People collect their suits. They've got to finish their suit. But the game didn't become popular. Yu-Gi-Oh didn't become really popular. Not a lot of people playing it, mate. So the game kind of died. So the demand on the cards kind of died. That's how I feel. No, they lose their value completely if you melt them down. If you don't melt them down, if you've got 50-cent pieces, 1950s, you big mistake to melt them down. They're valuable because of what they are, the 50-cent piece, mate. You know, not just the silver content, but also the coin. Each coin's worth $50. So, you know, you're going to lose. Plus, they're a nice coin.
the Australian 50-cent piece is a nice coin. It's not a shit coin.
So try and keep those things, guys. That might help you in the future. You never know what you can trade with. You never know what you can do in this life with it. You never know what's possible in this life, in the future. We're not heading into a good thing.
I'm sorry. There's just
no other way I look at it. I just have no other way of being straight up with you. We are heading into a fucking worse and worse position as we go on. We're no longer Australian. We don't have a culture anymore. We don't have fucking shit anymore. All of everything that we represent, free speech and freedom and liberty and, what was left of it has been signed away, been given away, Totally shameful.
these people are traitors.
All our governments are traitors. Every one of them. They're all traitors, mate. All the way across the board. I'm sorry, but they are traitors, okay? They signed on the anti-Semitism and hate speech bill. They signed on to that. They gave it power, and that is the treason against the people. Because you have now taken away all of their freedoms of... Whatever freedom we had before is gone. Whatever we had before is gone. Comments... And then that wasn't enough. The Palestinian protests had shit, didn't they? It's all fake fucking problem, reaction, solution, buddy. Because now they've got a banner bill, banner and slogan bill. They got that passed. So they've got control over our speech, what we put on the internet, what we say, anything that I come out with can put me into jail. If I say the wrong thing, the wrong expression, I can go to jail.
And now even our banners.
You make a slogan, they don't like it, illegal.
Then they can ban the entire movement, whatever you've got going on. They can ban everything.
Ban it all. And they can do it retrospectively. So now they can go through all of our emails, all of our Gmail, all of our fucking posts, Facebook, whatever you fucking write. They can go right back and see if you've made any comment or made a post they don't like, or it's got their word, their name in it with the G word in it. Yeah, they don't like the G word, okay? So if you've got a post with the G word in it, yeah, that's a problem, okay?
And they will come knocking. It may take them a little while, but I can promise you they will come knocking. Because first they're going to get the ripe fruit, the ones that are in the front, with all the speakers and all the...
making any demonstrations, and, they're going to ban all of that. Ban it all, mate. If you stand there with a fucking Australian flag in your hand, you're called a leftist fucking extremist. Yeah, a leftist, extreme leftist. You got an Aussie flag in your hand. You're in Australia.
You're at an Australia Day march, and the news calls you an extremist.
Yeah, because you got an Australian flag. You're not protesting it. You're not doing anything wrong. You are celebrating Australia Day. But they photograph you, film you, and they call you an extremist, a leftist extremist, because you have got Australia on a T-shirt or a plaque, or, so they will come looking for you, and, they'll watch you, put you on a watch list and shit. True, man, true. And then the other side, they get a free pass. I mean, these people are imported. The ones out on the microphone, the ones in the front. Do some fucking black hole on it, bro. Run down that rabbit hole, and you'll find out that all these fucking rats, all these people here are imports. They flew them in to do what they're doing. They don't even fucking live here. They're on tourist visas and fucking student visas. Yeah? That pisses me off. That fucking... And then you think to yourself, who funded it all? Who put it all together? Where did all this fucking shit suddenly appear? And then we've got the new laws, and now you fuck off. You're gone. No protesting today. I don't see you out on the street fucking today. I don't hear you. Yeah? So, got the laws passed, fucking out you go, right? Everything's fucking sweet, mate, on plan. Yeah? They got the laws passed over the Goyim, mate, and now they're gone. You know, we've got the anti-fucking bill and we've got the slogan bill were passed. Both of these things were passed while that protest was going on. Problem, solution, reaction. Okay? You know, they allowed our flag to get burned on TV, on the news. Why? Because it gets the reaction. It gets the reaction from people like me. Yeah? Not from people like you, because you're a fucking scumbag who was out there with a green flag in their hand. Yeah? Yeah? That's what you were. You haven't got there with an Australian flag because you're not allowed. It'll get burned and you'll get beat up. But they want to be on our our fucking roads, interfering with our businesses, mate. All those small businesses on the side of the road. They're not going to get any business. They're going to be closed until these fucks leave. Yeah? So no, we don't know them shit. They burned our flag. On the news, mate, they burned our flag. So average Australians got upset about it. We all got upset. So they come out, the government comes out with a statement and says that they're allowed to do it. They're allowed to burn the flag. You know, they've gone to court and they're allowed to burn the flag. Okay? Because they are. You know why? Because our soldiers went and died so that you could do that. That's why. People lied to get on that boat in order to go over there, to get off the boat and perish. Okay? That's why we have cemeteries and we have all of these graves everywhere. Remember them? Remember them soldiers? Probably fucking not. Okay? Because your hairy ass is still living at home with mum and fucking dad and you're age 30 fucking 5 playing PlayStation. Eating fucking pizza. Okay? And most of the time when you come on live, you're not even got the kahunas, you haven't got fucking none to even show your face. You've got to be a green screen because you're big brave. You're big and brave. So you need a green screen. Never to be identified, can't know their name, right? Can't see they're gutless, mate. They're fucking done with them, you know, done, you know. They need to be deported. They burned the flag. We owe them nothing. We owe them nothing. We owe them nothing as Australians, mate. We owe them nothing as Australian people. We owe them jack. And I don't care what's going on anymore. You know that? I used to care, but I don't anymore. Because you burned my flag. And you did it on my soil. And you were happy to do it on TV. You cheered and happy, dancing around it. No one protect my flag. No one protect my flag. What the fuck are these people? And then as soon as you go out there, you're going to be attacked. If you try and protect your flag, you're going to be attacked. And it'll be your fault because you antagonise them. It'll be your fault. And you'll go to the copper, I'm trying to protect our flag. He doesn't care. You know, he doesn't care about that. It's got nothing to do with, they're allowed to do that. They can burn it, you know. That's what they want, division. They want arguing, division, fighting, you know. And then they can come in and fucking rule and put their laws in. So it happened exactly how they planned. You know, exactly what they wanted. That's how it went down. And apparently I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person for talking the way I talk. I'm not allowed to talk this way. So that's why this is how I am on TikTok. I'm nice and calm and, you know, not, but I'm, you know, exactly the same. That's why they find it hard to report, because you're smiling at the app. You're smiling at the app, you know? You're laughing at the app, right? They're waiting for you to get angry. They're waiting for you to express yourself. Yeah, he's an extreme leftist. Dwayne! Fucking Dwayne, you fucking Dwayne. I hate that fucking name, Dwayne. Fucking, I'm going to slap your mama one day. I'm going to slap your mama. Fucking, you make your mind up. Is it Wayne or is it fucking, Darren? You want to, what the fuck happened?
You know, you're thinking of Darren, then you're thinking of Wayne, right? And you thought, fuck, I've got to combine these motherfuckers, put them both together. Fucking D Wayne. Fucking I've created it. I'm a fucking ledge, bro. I fucking created that shit out of nothing, man. Fucking straight down the fucking office, register that motherfucker. Fucking, you're the only fucking Dwayne in fucking 30 miles, mate. There's no fucking Dwayne fucking anywhere, mate. Fucking, some bitch fucking meet you telling you it was Darren and fucking Wayne and fucking the mix came in, babe. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck. Mate, we'll never have it here. It'll take them a lot more years. We don't have illegals. We've got no flood. We don't have it. They can all fucking run. You got those couple of DEIs that are in the Greens Party. I think there's one or two in the fucking One Nation. It's a DEI thing. They've got to have them, otherwise they say that you were against us, rah, rah. So you've got to get, because that's what they do. They use democracy against us. Every chance they get, democracy against us. Did you see them fucking drop down and do a prayer? They're in a fucking protest, right? A fucking protest in the city, right? Thousands of fucking people, right? Cops fucking everywhere. There's fucking blue coats fucking everywhere. These cunts drop down and they want the whole joint to stop. Oh, let's fucking stop what we're doing. Fucking hang on a minute. We've got 10 of these on the floor. Fucking everybody's got to fucking stop the protest. Cops, stop. Everybody stop. Wait until they're ready and they've done their fucking thing because, hey, it's 5 o'clock. Got to get it done now. Fucking, mate, you know, and they wonder why they got the reaction they did. And then they want to try and go online and fucking go on the thing and complain about it and, you know, religion, this. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. You know, that's all done deliberately to get a reaction, to be able to get those headlines, to be able to say the fucking complaining that they do. But even during a protest, they've got to make it about them. Okay? Oh, we weren't allowed to do our fucking prayer at 5 o'clock, you know? We weren't able to do that. Yeah? So we're going to just drop down now, fucking, right when everyone's doing shit and fucking the whole joint can stop. So everybody stop protesting. Cops, don't worry about it. Stand 10 feet back. Everybody 10 feet back. We're just going to take 10 minutes out. We're just going to have a quick prayer session. Chuck around a bit of bread. Everyone's going to be fucking happy. We've got some coffee. We've got some tea. Everyone have 10 minutes off. We're going to fucking do some prayers. Fucking, oh, what a fucking joke, man. What a joke, bro. Like, honestly. And then they go and complain. They want to file fucking reports and complain about fucking everything. And that's how they use our democracy against us. But they don't have power here. They don't have power. They've got no political power. And that's what they're desperately after. You watch, man, in the next elections here in Australia, it's going to be pumping. You're going to have so many candidates for seats in Australia because that is what they need. They need the mayors, they need the council member seats, they need all of them. You know, if they move out to the country and they become mayor, and then they can load the board up with the same, all the council members are the same, I can promise you, you will wake up to morning prayers. I promise you, without a doubt, within a week, you'll be waking to morning prayers every day. Every day. From 5 a.m. onwards. 5 a.m. onwards. And that's what they do. And then they dominate the area. That's no domination. That's the show that we are the boss. Okay? Your church bells aren't here. There's no church bells. They're gone. Yeah, we don't have prayers. We don't like any of that. That's all been taken over. Okay, that was before they got power. Yeah, they burned that down. Oh, they fucking destroy that. Don't worry about that. And then they go in and buy it. They go in and buy it for fucking pennies of the dollar. They're the ones that fucking then they turn the church into a fucking thing, and that's it. The town's gone. You know, they start opening the town up. They change their bylaws and open up the inn, any place where they can stay, and they fucking import them in. Just flood the fucking town with them. And to them, they don't care, the people in charge, because they don't see it. They're not on the street. They're not on... Their kids go to private school. They live in a fucking mansion that's got a big fence around it.
They've got security, mate, because they're mayors. They've got security, okay? You know what I mean? They don't live the same fucking life as what we do, bro. There's no invasion. It'll never happen. Have we got power? Well, we've got a little bit of power. Thank you. We've got a little bit of power. I appreciate that. We're not fucking totally empty. Justin, oh man, you're a hero. Thank you for $10, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, I appreciate that. I just noticed. My apologies. But thank you very much. I'll get a coffee milk. That's what you said. Get a coffee milk. Okay, I'll get a coffee milk. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, man. We got a bit of power. I'm just worried about unplugging it. So thank you, Mr. Cox. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping out today. I appreciate you. Couldn't have come at a better day, to be honest. Couldn't come at a better day. Yeah. Lord Dobby King at gmail.com is my PayPal. That's direct to me, so I can actually use the funds. Lord Dobby King at gmail.com is my PayPal. But no big deal, boys. I'm just glad to spend a couple of hours with you. Well, I leave you alone mainly. I don't come on a whole lot. You can already see the same bullshit that I'm going to be talking about. You already know. You know, we've got to try and get back our what we are. I'm so sick of placating and to all of these people. And in reality, you know, we can see what they want. We can see, look at Europe, Italy. We can see what these countries are, and we know what our future is if we don't have, but don't be on guard, you know. And they don't like that. They want you unguarded, so that you don't see anything. Look at Mum Dave now. Look what he's done to New York, bro. Have a look at fucking what he's done to New York, and he's only been in there a little while. Like, you can't imagine what that's going to be like in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. You know, they're up to morning prayers over there, buddy. The minute they elected that guy, it's morning prayers 5 times a day. Okay, Mandani's New York, I think, is it? New York? I'm not sure. But he came across as, you know, westernized and, you know, I'm friendly, we're all friendly, you know. But as soon as he got into office, man, that's it, dominance. He has the political power, that's it. We do not have to obey you anymore. We only have to obey what he says. He says it's all right to do that, to have morning prayers. Then you can bet your ass. I'm a bit of a cynic, mate, really, aren't I? A bit of a cynic, mate, of the whole world, really, aren't I? There's not a lot fucking going on I'm not a cynic of. I'm viewer. I really am. I'm trying to get this, keep it plugged in. But I'm such a cynic of the world, eh? But at least we see it for what it is. We're not living in Disneyland, Playland shit. At least I tell you what it is. The whole Palestine movement thing was nothing but a setup. The whole thing was a setup. The whole thing. And it was to set up in order to get the reaction from the public and get us whatever. And then they came in with the new laws, and those new laws were very convenient for the visitor, the Seaführer that came to visit a couple of weeks later, you know, because he needs these laws to protect him and to protect his paradigm. That's why. That's why these laws were installed. Okay? They're not installed for any other reason, man. They were installed 2 weeks before the guy turned up. Very, very convenient. So now he needs a buffer zone of fucking the entire city. The entire city is his buffer zone. Be very thankful, because normally, you know, we would make sure this was clear. This would be clear area. There'd be nothing there at all. Okay? We can't risk if there's anything. We're going to absolutely pesticide the whole thing after we're done flattening it. We're going to pesticide it just to make sure. But that's what they are used to. That's what he's used to. He's used to an entire city being blocked off for him, making him feel safe.
because that's what he needs to feel safe. And then he needs 3,000 blue coats to make sure that he is safe. And he makes sure that there's the banner bill so that he doesn't read anything. He doesn't see a sign that might make him feel upset. Yeah? So we get rid of all the banners, all the speeches. We get rid of everything. Straight out of the city. Full protection. Full red carpet treatment. Yeah? So that's what they need to protect them. You know, it's in the bill, buddy. It's in the first words of the bill. If it wasn't so important, it wouldn't be the first word in the bill. Anti-Semitism and hate speech bill. Well, the most important part of all of that is anti-Semitism. Because signs and slogans and videos that are actually recordings, they're very, very, very bad. Okay, we can't have those on display. Okay? You know, and Zefiro made a statement before he left, you know, a statement while he was here, and he said that he feels like home. It feels like home. Isn't that great? You know, he comes here and he feels like home, you know. He gets off the plane, red carpet, steel fucking fencing everywhere, armed guards everywhere, guns everywhere, full armed fucking support going wherever he is, steel fencing both fucking sides. Everybody's not allowed anywhere. Just feels like home, you know. I bet it does. I bet it does. I bet it does feel like home, you know.